The laboratory was not always a place of explosions and chaos. Long before the echoes of reckless inventions filled its walls, it breathed with a softer kind of life, almost like a nursery disguised as a workshop. At night, when the world was hushed and the house around him lay asleep, young Rick would slip into the dim glow of that hidden space. The machines were quiet then, not roaring, not sparking, but humming with the low lull of electricity that seemed to cradle him. To a child, who already felt older than his years, the hums and soft flickers became companions, whispers that made the air feel less empty. He liked to imagine that the wires were veins and the bulbs were hearts, and that somewhere the lab itself was alive, singing to him in tones no one else could hear. The first time he sat there alone, small fingers resting on cold metal, he felt the world shrink and soften. There was no rush of science, no chase for greatness. Only a boy pressing his ear to the side of a quiet machine, feeling warmth bleed into his cheek as if the contraption were returning his need for closeness. It was not invention yet, but something gentler, the simple act of listening. The longer he stayed, the more he understood that silence itself had layers. Behind the hum of the machines, there was a deeper quiet, one that made him aware of the beating in his chest and the strange ache that came with being alive. Rick's earliest experiment was not meant to impress anyone. He found a broken glass jar in the back corner of the lab, its edges chipped, the lid rusted. With childish persistence, he polished it clean until it gleamed faintly in the dim light. He filled it with scraps, a piece of tinfoil folded into the shape of a star, a marble that caught and refracted the glow of the bulbs, and a thin wire twisted into a spiral. He placed the jar near the machine's hum and swore it began to glow. Maybe it was just reflection, maybe it was something more. For him, though, the jar became alive, a fragile world that listened when nothing else did. Night after night, he returned, adjusting the scraps inside, experimenting with small additions. A fragment of glass, a droplet of dye, even a single strand of his own hair. Each change altered the glow ever so slightly, or at least he thought so. He began to whisper to it, low words that weren't meant to be clever or profound. Sometimes he confessed fears he never spoke aloud, like how he felt both too clever and too lonely, or how the world seemed too large for him to belong anywhere. Other times he told the jar little stories, half made up, half remembered, and, when the jar glowed faintly in response, or seemed to, he took it as proof that it was listening. There was a comfort in knowing he had made something that stayed quiet with him, that did not demand answers or expect brilliance. It was his first real experiment, though he didn't write formulas for it, didn't sketch plans. He just kept tending it like one tends a secret garden. Sometimes he placed it on the windowsill and let moonlight seep through it, watching as it refracted into scattered blue shapes on the wall. The shapes danced like gentle spirits, and for a boy who lived more in his head than in the world, they felt like companions summoned just for him. But experiments, even the soft ones, often have consequences. One evening, as he leaned too close, whispering a confession about how much he missed the mother who was rarely present, the jar cracked. A line split down its side, faint at first, but deepening with each heartbeat. Rick froze, terrified he had broken the only thing that listened without judgment. Yet instead of shattering, the jar released a thin shimmer of light, like dust escaping into the air. It hung there for a moment, suspended, glowing as though reluctant to leave him. He held, his breath, eyes wide, feeling both awe and grief. Then slowly the shimmer faded, dissolving into nothing but memory. Rick replaced the jar the next day with another container, sturdier this time, but the glow never returned. He still whispered, still tried, but whatever presence had lingered, that night was gone. What remained was emptiness and the hum of machines that seemed softer, almost apologetic, as if they too knew something had slipped away. For the first time, Rick understood that not all experiments could be repeated, and not all mysteries would offer themselves twice. He carried that truth like a stone in his pocket, heavy but hidden. In the days that followed, the boy began to sketch his first real plans. The jar had taught him something essential. That science wasn't just about answers, but about feelings too. About loneliness, about wonder, about trying to preserve what slips too easily through human fingers. He began to think not only of what machines could do, but what they could remember. He scribbled drawings of contraptions that could capture sounds, store scents, bottle the fleeting warmth of laughter. They were messy drawings, smudged by the clumsy hands of a child, but each one carried a piece of his heart. Late one night, he drifted to sleep at the workbench, his head resting near the old jar. In the dream that came, he heard the hum of the machines merge into a lullaby. The melody was faint, half a song, sung in a voice he couldn't quite place. It wrapped around him gently, like arms he barely remembered, and he woke with tears on his cheeks, not entirely sure if he had dreamed or remembered something real. That night planted a seed he would never shake, the sense that science at its core was not about domination or power, but about longing, about trying to build something that feels like love. Rick never told anyone about the glowing jar or the lullaby that may or may not have been real. But in the quiet spaces of his life, when no one else was watching, he still searched for that same fragile glow. Each new experiment was a small attempt to bring it back, to summon the gentle presence that had once answered him in light. And though he would grow into a man known for his chaos, somewhere deep inside, the boy who once whispered to a jar of scraps never left. He lived on quietly in every secret experiment Rick would one day hide from the world. And as the night deepened in that young boy's lab, the machines kept humming, steady and low, like a promise that no matter how strange the world became, there would always be a sound to keep him company. Rick grew taller, but the boy who once whispered to jars never vanished. His experiments began to take shape with more intention, though he carried the same quiet yearning behind each creation. The hum of the machines that had once been lullabies still filled his nights. And though the glow from his first jar was gone, he longed to build something that could hold light again. He became restless with scraps and sketches, wanting to capture more than memory, wanting to create something that breathed like he did. His fingers, once small and clumsy, grew steadier, more deliberate, yet still carried that tenderness of a child crafting not out of ambition, but out of a need for companionship. It started with powders and fragments of things he found in the dusty corners of the workshop, flecks of phosphorescent paint, broken pieces of circuit boards, even grains of sand collected from a walk where he pretended the world might offer him clues. One evening, under the faint lamp that flickered as though in rhythm with his heartbeat, he ground the powders together, mixing them with water from the leaky pipe in the basement. The liquid shimmered faintly like a dream refusing to fully form. He placed it back into a jar and sat before it, watching, waiting for the impossible glow to return. Hours slipped by, and though the light never bloomed as it once had, the water reflected a soft halo, convincing him, if only for a moment, that his yearning might not be foolish after all. Each attempt deepened his curiosity, and with it, his sense of solitude. He learned that invention was not always grand. Sometimes it was repetitive, delicate, filled with failure that still carried fragments of wonder. He whispered to this new jar too, but differently now. Instead of confessions, he asked questions about the universe, about why people leave, about why some moments stay like scars while others vanish without trace. The jar, of course, never answered, but the act of asking made his silence feel less absolute. One night, as he sat cross-legged on the cold floor, the jar before him, he felt an odd sensation, a rhythm in the air like the machines had shifted their hum to listen. The water inside rippled, though he hadn't touched it. A faint pulse of blue shimmered in the center, too dim to call light, yet enough to widen his eyes. For a fleeting second, it was as if something unseen pressed gently against the other side of the glass, trying to reach him. His breath caught, and in that pause he understood something he could never put into words. Even silence can respond, just not in ways that can be measured. When the ripple settled, he didn't feel disappointed. He felt held. From that night forward, Rick's experiments turned from play into practice. He began collecting scraps, not for their shine, but for their resonance. He listened closely, almost reverently, to how metals hummed when tapped, how wires bent and resisted, how glass sang softly when rubbed with damp fingers. These details mattered more to him than their function. It was as though he was searching for the right vocabulary, crafting a language not of words but of tones and glimmers that the world might one day understand. Science for him was becoming less of a tool and more of a dialect, one that might let him speak back to the silence that had once listened. Still, there was the ache of something missing. The glow had not returned, and the lullaby that once wrapped him in a dream remained elusive. He tried to hum it to himself sometimes, piecing together notes he thought he remembered, though it always drifted into nothing. Yet even in this incompletion, there was comfort. The absence gave him reason to keep creating, to keep reaching. It was the kind of longing that never truly hurt, but never truly healed either. A quiet thread woven into every invention he made. In time, his experiments grew stranger. He fashioned crude glass containers filled with salts and sparks, hoping they would hold the essence of night skies. He wired together old radio parts, convinced he could trap echoes of laughter within static. One evening, he placed an old feather inside a small chamber he'd built, turning the knobs until the machine emitted a soft vibration. He swore the feather swayed, not from air, but from memory itself. Whether it was true or just his imagination, he couldn't be sure, but he let himself believe. Belief, after all, was the truest ingredient in his secret experiments. The secrecy became important. He didn't show anyone his jars, his chambers, his scribbled notebooks filled with questions, disguised as equations. These were not inventions for recognition. They were tender things, private, like letters written to someone who might never read them. When others looked at him, they saw a boy with clever hands and restless eyes, perhaps a spark of genius. But when he was alone, he was not seeking genius. He was seeking presence. Each experiment was his way of asking the same question: am I truly alone, or is the universe whispering back? On one especially quiet night, the hum of the machines seemed softer, almost distant, as though giving space for something else to be heard. Rick leaned over the jar of shimmering water, whispering another question. Why do the people I love drift so far away? His voice trembled with a vulnerability he rarely allowed, even to himself. For a heartbeat, the water flickered with faint golden light, then stilled. He sat frozen, unsure if he had imagined it. His heart ached, but not with despair. More like recognition, the kind one feels when they realize someone else has felt the same loneliness. That night marked a subtle shift. He no longer treated his jars and scraps as childish games, but as companions in their own right. He began lining them carefully on shelves, arranging them like a choir of quiet voices waiting to be heard. The laboratory, once just a dim hiding place, now felt sacred. Each jar held not just pieces of materials, but pieces of his longing, and together they formed a strange, wordless diary only he could read. As the boy drifted into uneasy sleep at his workbench, the jars glowed faintly in the dark, not brightly, not undeniably, but just enough to blur the line between science and dream. And though Rick would never say it aloud, not then and not even later, he felt less alone. Somewhere in the deep hum of the lab, in the faint shimmer of glass, he believed he had touched something true, even if only for a moment. The machines carried on their steady lull, filling the air with a rhythm older than his questions, and Rick, curled among his scattered notes, surrendered once again to the silence that never stopped listening. The jars remained, lined along the shelves like guardians of his secrets, each one holding fragments of experiments that were never meant to be judged or measured. Rick returned to them night after night, speaking softly, tinkering with adjustments, hoping the faint shimmer of response might return. Though most nights passed, in silence the presence of those vessels kept him company in ways that people never seemed to. Yet, as the days slipped by, the boy's mind grew restless, stirred by the unspoken truth that not every experiment could stay hidden forever. Secrets, even gentle ones, carry weight. He began to wonder what it would mean if someone discovered them, if the private world he had built from whispers and fragile light was seen through another's eyes. That thought haunted him as he worked. He began to cover his shelves with cloth to shift the jars into corners, as if shielding them from a gaze that might never come. But in hiding them, he realized how much they mattered, how deeply he feared their absence. It wasn't simply the inventions he wanted to protect. It was the version of himself that had created them, the vulnerable child who believed the universe might answer if he only asked softly enough. And yet, no matter how careful he was, the more he created, the more the room seemed to reveal itself. The lab was filling with whispers of him, and sooner or later the world would notice. His experiments began to grow bolder. He built a crude chamber from salvaged wood and loose wiring, sealing inside a small piece of chalk scribbled with a memory of his handwriting. When he switched it on, faint currents of air swirled within, carrying the chalk dust like glowing motes. They hovered, suspended almost like the shimmer he had once seen escape from his first jar. For a moment he believed he had managed to trap memory in the air itself, a fragile cloud that lingered as long as the machine ran. It was imperfect, fleeting, but it stirred something in him. The idea that memory could be kept, that loneliness, could be answered with echoes, became a quiet obsession. Night bled into morning more often now, his eyelids heavy but his spirit unwilling to rest. He scribbled in notebooks until the margins were filled with sketches of impossible ideas, bottles that sang when opened, mirrors that reflected not faces but feelings, devices that could hold laughter the way jars could hold fireflies. He was no longer satisfied with a single shimmer of light. He wanted entire symphonies of it, built from scraps and hope. And though he told himself it was curiosity driving him, a deeper part knew it was need. He was searching not just for invention, but for connection, some way to prove that the silence that surrounded him was not a void, but a veil waiting to be lifted. One evening, after hours of fruitless adjustments, Rick pressed his forehead against the cool surface of the workbench. His breath fogged the metal, and for a long moment he considered stopping, letting the jars be nothing more than relics of childish longing. But as the machines hummed, steady and low, he felt again that strange presence he had known before, a rhythm in the silence, a sense that something unseen was listening. It was faint, no more than the tremble of air, but it was enough to lift his head and return to his tools. Even when progress felt impossible, the possibility that he wasn't entirely alone kept him working. Still, the question of discovery lingered. One afternoon, when footsteps creaked down the hall above the lab, Rick froze. He covered his work hastily, heart pounding, listening as the sound faded. No one came down, but the fear clung to him. If someone found out, would they laugh? Would they call him foolish for treating light and sound as companions? The idea of ridicule cut deeper than silence. He wanted his secrets safe, but the more he tried to bury them, the more they demanded space, blooming into corners, seeping into every part of the room. He realized that secrecy was not a shield, but another kind of weight. Yet still, he could not let them go. It was during one of these anxious nights that he began to write letters, not to anyone he knew, not even to himself, but to the experiments. He would sit with a jar and write as though it were capable of reading, telling it what he had hoped for, what he had failed to create, what he still longed to see. Sometimes the act felt ridiculous, but often it felt freeing. The letters piled up, folded neatly and tucked into the corners of shelves. He never read them again, but the act of writing them was enough. It made the silence feel answered. And then came the night when one of the jars did something entirely unexpected. He had filled it with nothing more than bits of copper wire and shards of broken glass. Yet, as he spoke, softly beside it, the contents shifted. The shards leaned together, the wires coiled as though nudged by an invisible hand. His breath caught, and he reached out, steadying the jar with trembling fingers. It was small, almost imperceptible, but undeniable. The jar had moved on its own, responding not to science, but to presence. For the first time, Rick felt that his longing had crossed the line into reality. Something was listening, something was answering, even if only in fragments. The discovery thrilled and unsettled him. He did not tell anyone, not even in his letters. Some truths felt too fragile to share, as though speaking them aloud would make them dissolve. But in the days that followed, he looked at his experiments differently. They were no longer just whispers into emptiness. They were a dialogue, however faint, with something larger than himself. Whether it was the universe, memory, or some echo of his own heart, he didn't know. What mattered was that he was not entirely alone. Sleep came slowly to him that night, his body heavy but his mind alight. As he drifted between wakefulness and dream, he imagined the jars glowing softly around him, like a constellation of stars brought down to earth. The machines hummed their steady song, and for the first time in many nights Rick felt at peace with the silence. He understood now that even the smallest shimmer could be enough, that even secrets could carry warmth if held gently. And as the boy finally surrendered to sleep, the jars remained, quiet and watchful, holding within them not only scraps of glass and wire but pieces of a child's heart, fragile, hidden, and waiting for the day someone might truly see them. The jars watched over him through every passing night, their glass faces reflecting the dim glow of lamps that never quite reached.
full brightness.
Rick, half child and half dreamer, began to wonder if he had not only built experiments but companions who required no explanations, who never turned away when his words faltered. And yet with that comfort came a new ache. The quiet suspicion that what he longed for most could never be captured fully in glass or wire. He had built light and shimmer, had coaxed movement and silence into speaking, but there was one thing he could not create, no matter how carefully he tried. The memory of a song. It came back to him in fragments, always when he least expected. Sometimes in the rhythm of the machine's hum, sometimes in the echo of footsteps in an empty hallway, sometimes in dreams so faint that he woke with only a single note lingering on his tongue. A lullaby, he thought, a melody from before he understood what words meant, before loneliness had a name. He could not remember who had sung it, nor why it mattered, only that it had once wrapped him in warmth the way light wrapped the jars. The more he tried to recall it, the more it slipped away, leaving him with the bittersweet weight of almost remembering. Rick grew determined to catch it. If he could capture light in glass, why not sound in air? He scavenged wires, bits of radio, scraps of metal plates that still held the ghosts of vibrations. He built a small device, nothing more than a box with coiled wires and a thin sheet stretched tight across the top. He spoke into it, hummed into it, tapped it with his fingers, waiting for the sound to echo back. Sometimes it did, faintly, distorted, like voices underwater. Other times it remained stubbornly silent, mocking his efforts. Yet night after night he returned to it, whispering fragments of the song he thought he remembered, hoping the machine would hold it when his memory could not. The first time he heard something that wasn't his own voice, he nearly dropped the box. A low tone hummed back at him, not sharp enough to be language, not structured enough to be music, but undeniably there. His heart leapt. Was it an accident of wires, or had the machine truly caught something hidden in the silence? He leaned closer, coaxing it, whispering the fractured melody again. The box shivered with faint vibration, answering in uneven tones. It was clumsy, imperfect, but it felt like recognition. The sound filled him with both wonder and sorrow, for it reminded him how far away the true lullaby remained. He began to spend hours hunched over the device, adjusting, tightening, rearranging wires in hopes of making it clearer. But the clearer the tones grew, the more they seemed to break apart, losing the softness he longed for. Rick realized with quiet frustration that perfection was not what he sought. What mattered was the feeling, the hush that had once surrounded him, the embrace of sound that had made the world feel safe. He could not rebuild that entirely, but he could chase it, and in the chasing he felt less empty. The jars and the box became part of the same secret choir, each offering a fragment of what he missed, light that shimmered like companionship, and sound that quivered like half-remembered love. Sometimes he would place the box among the jars, humming softly, while the glass caught faint glimmers and the machine echoed back its uneven tones. It was not music, not exactly, but in those moments it felt like he was surrounded by voices, as if the lab itself were trying to sing with him. Still he could not help but wonder about the origin of the song. Whose voice had carried it to him in those earliest days? A mother's? A father's? A dream that had taken root so deeply he mistook it for memory? Each possibility weighed on him differently, sometimes comforting, sometimes painful. He never asked aloud. To ask would mean admitting he did not know, and that vulnerability felt heavier than silence. Yet the question pulsed in his chest, a quiet rhythm he could not silence. There were nights when exhaustion overtook him at the workbench, when he drifted into sleep among his jars and notes. In those fragile hours, the song returned more clearly, sung in a voice just beyond recognition. He would wake with tears on his cheeks, clutching at the air, as though he could hold on to the fading melody. He began to write down notes in shaky handwriting, trying to trap the tune on paper, but each time he tried to sing it again, it came out wrong, flat, incomplete. The paper could not capture the warmth he remembered, only the shadow of it. The longing grew into a quiet desperation, though he never admitted it even to himself. He worked harder, building new devices, stringing together coils and amplifiers, convinced that somewhere within the hums and vibrations he might coax the lullaby back to life. And though the machines answered in fragments, never in fullness, he held on to them as though they were pieces of someone's voice reaching out to him across the distance of time. One evening, after hours of failed adjustments, Rick sat before the machine with the jar of copper and glass beside it. He hummed the broken melody again, his voice low, trembling with fatigue. The machine hummed back, distorted but present. The jar shimmered faintly, the shards leaning together as if listening. For a breathless moment he felt the room tighten around him, filled with presence, as if someone unseen stood beside him, singing with him. It was only an impression, a flicker of belief, but it sent a shiver through him. He pressed his palms against the workbench, eyes closed, letting the imagined harmony wash over him. When he opened them, the glow had faded, the sound had died, and the lab was silent again. Yet the weight in his chest had lightened. For though the lullaby had not returned in full, the effort to reach it had given him something just as important, proof that even broken echoes could feel like love. From that night onward, the lullaby became a motif within his experiments, not something he could reproduce, but something he could chase, hidden in every hum and flicker. He began to build not only with his hands, but with memory, shaping each invention as though it might one day complete the missing song. He knew deep down that it might never return the way he remembered it. But the pursuit itself had become the melody, unfinished, imperfect, but alive. And so the boy who once whispered to a glowing jar now hummed to jars and machines alike, filling the silence with a tune that wavered between memory and hope. The lab, dim and cluttered, felt less like a hiding place and more like a cradle for his longing. And though the world outside remained vast and indifferent, here in this quiet room, Rick had created a space where even absence could sound like music. The broken melody lingered in him, guiding his hands as he returned again and again to his small sanctuary. The jars and machines became less like experiments and more like instruments, each one offering its own fragile voice. Yet there was a hunger in Rick that the echoes of lullabies and flickers of light could not satisfy. He longed not only to recall warmth, but to create it, to build something that could comfort him in the present, rather than just remind him of what was lost. That desire shaped the next stage of his secret work, one that shifted from chasing memory to inventing presence. It began with hunger, as many things do. Late nights bent over the workbench often left him weary and empty, his stomach tight with the ache of forgetting to eat. The house above was silent, and meals, when they came, were often rushed or overlooked altogether. One evening, with scraps of bread hardening beside him, he wondered why nourishment couldn't feel gentler, why food couldn't arrive with the same ease as light in a jar or notes in a machine. A strange thought rose in him. What if he could build something that fed him not only with taste, but with comfort? He began collecting pieces of old appliances, discarded wires and small gears. His design was clumsy at first, sketched in the margins of notebooks already filled with fragments of song. But the idea held steady, a machine that could prepare sandwiches at the press of a button, each one a small offering to the boy who often forgot to take care of himself. He worked with quiet determination, not driven by hunger, but by the vision of a device that might give him a kind of care he rarely felt elsewhere. When the first version finally sputtered to life, it was imperfect. The bread was unevenly sliced, the fillings clumsy and scattered, sometimes spilling onto the floor. Yet, when he bit into the crooked creation, something inside him softened. It wasn't the sandwich itself, it was the feeling that for once something had provided for him, without demand, without judgment. The machine became less a tool and more a presence, a gentle hand reaching across the silence to remind him he deserved small comforts. As days passed, he refined it. He tinkered with compartments and levers, adjusting flavors and textures. Soon, the machine began producing sandwiches that reminded him faintly of moments he hadn't thought about in years. A peanut butter sandwich that tasted like a summer afternoon in the backyard, a cheese sandwich that carried the faint comfort of school lunches, a ham sandwich that reminded him of a day when laughter had once filled the kitchen. Whether it was coincidence or some subtle effect of his wiring, Rick didn't care. He ate each one slowly, savoring not just the food, but the emotions hidden within it. He realized then that his experiments could be more than whispers to the past. They could be gifts to the present. The jars had held light, the machine had caught echoes of a lullaby, but the sandwich maker gave him something tangible, something that cared for him even when no one else did. For the first time, he wasn't just chasing memory. He was building a quiet form of love. It became a ritual. At night, when fatigue threatened to overwhelm him, he would press the button, listening to the soft whir and click of the machine. Out would come a sandwich, warm and imperfect, yet always enough. He would sit with it at the workbench, chewing slowly while the jars glowed faintly and the box hummed broken melodies. In those moments, the lab felt alive in a new way, not just as a room of experiments, but as a place that gave him what he needed, a place that answered his solitude with presence. The sandwiches became part of his private language with the lab. Some nights they were plain, steady, the kind that filled without flourish. Other nights they carried strange flavors, combinations that reminded him of half-forgotten days. He began to suspect that the machine was not only following his instructions, but listening to him the way the jars had. It felt as though it reached into his memories, shaping each meal to soothe whatever ache lingered inside. He would never speak of this aloud, but deep down he knew it was true. Yet with each new creation came a familiar unease. If anyone discovered the machine, what would they think? They might laugh at the simplicity of it, dismiss it as trivial compared to grander inventions. But to Rick, it was not trivial. It was proof that science could be kind, that invention could cradle instead of conquer. Protecting that truth mattered more to him than recognition. So he kept it hidden, using it only when the world above felt too distant. One night, after finishing a sandwich that tasted strangely like the warmth of a forgotten hug, Rick leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. The hum of the lab filled his ears, the jars glowed faintly, the box hummed its distorted tones. He felt surrounded not by emptiness, but by a chorus of presences, each one different, yet all born from the same quiet longing. For the first time, He realized that the lab itself had become his companion, a space that listened and answered in ways no person ever had. The sandwiches, humble as they were, marked a turning point. They taught him that his experiments did not need to solve the mysteries of the universe or capture lost songs to matter. Sometimes it was enough to build something that eased the silence, something that reminded him he was worthy of comfort. That realization stayed with him, shaping the way he would approach every secret experiment that followed. As the night deepened and his eyelids grew heavy, Rick left the remains of a sandwich on the workbench. He watched the crumbs catch the dim glow of the jars, tiny sparks of light against the dark. The machines hummed their steady lullaby, and he felt a rare peace settle over him. The boy who once whispered into jars and chased fragments of songs now sat in a room that gave back to him, in food, in sound, in light. He had built not just experiments but a quiet home for his loneliness, a place where even hunger was answered with care. And when sleep finally came, it was gentle. He dreamed of the machine still working while he rested, offering him sandwiches made not only of bread and filling, but of memories and love, each one a reminder that even in solitude he was not entirely alone. The crumbs from the last sandwich still clung to the workbench, faint glimmers in the glow of the jars when Rick's eyes drifted toward the small basement window. Through the grime and narrow frame, a sliver of night stretched above him. It was not the kitchen light, nor the jars, nor the humming box that caught him in that moment. It was the quiet, endless shimmer of the sky beyond his reach. Stars blinked faintly through the dusted glass, far away, unreachable, yet alive in their own silent chorus. Something stirred in him, a pull as old as his first memories of lullabies. He had bottled light from lamps, caught echoes of voices, crafted sandwiches that carried warmth. But those were small comforts, fragments of memory shaped by his own hand. The sky above whispered of something larger, something untouched, and he found himself longing to hold it, if only for a moment, to see if it might listen to him the way the jars and the machine did. That night, instead of sleep, he stood by the window, head tilted toward the faint scattering of stars. He pressed his palms against the cool glass, imagining what it would be like to catch one of those flickers, to hold a star the way he once held fireflies in a jar as a boy. The thought burrowed into him with quiet insistence. If light could be caught here, if echoes could be bottled and food made to comfort, why not the stars? Why not the sky itself? The next days blurred together as he gathered tools and jars, wire and lenses. He scavenged old magnifying glasses, broken telescopes, fragments of mirrors from discarded furniture. His workbench filled with pieces that reflected and refracted, catching the glow of his lamp in shifting patterns. He built not with certainty, but with hunger, guided by the same restless hope that had carried him through every other experiment. At first, his attempts failed. He aimed jars upward, holding them toward the small window, whispering into them as though coaxing the stars closer. He built crude funnels of metal and glass, hoping to draw the shimmer into a vessel, but each night left him with nothing more than empty jars filled with darkness. Yet he did not despair. Failure was not absence, it was instruction. Every failed attempt showed him where to bend the glass, where to angle the mirror, how to coax faint light into the path of his design. Finally, on a night when the sky was unusually clear, when the stars seemed closer than breath, the contraption stirred to life. It was a shaky tower of lenses and wires balanced over a jar, fragile as a dream. Rick adjusted the final piece, his hands trembling, and then he saw it, the faintest thread of starlight bending through the glass, falling into the jar. At first, it was nothing more than a trick of reflection, but as the minutes passed, the jar began to glow faintly, not with the harsh light of a lamp, but with something gentler, purer. He had caught a star, or at least a fragment of its shimmer. He held the jar close, heart racing. The glow inside was unlike any light he had seen before, soft, pulsing, as though alive. It was not just brightness, it was presence. As he cradled it in his hands, he felt a warmth ripple through him, a quiet reassurance that the distance of the stars was no longer absolute. He had drawn the unreachable into his own small world. That night, he lined the jar beside the others. The difference was immediate. The lamplight jars flickered unevenly, the echo box hummed its broken lullaby, the sandwich machine clicked quietly in the corner, but the star jar glowed with steady calm. Its light didn't simply fill the room, it changed it. Shadows softened, silence deepened, and the air seemed to hum with something vast yet tender. Rick sat watching it until exhaustion claimed him, falling asleep in his chair, with the glow brushing against his face. The days that followed became a ritual of sky gathering. Each night he adjusted his fragile contraption, chasing different stars, different fragments of the endless expanse. Some jars glowed faintly blue, others golden, some shimmered with a faint silver that reminded him of moonlight on water. Each carried its own character, its own presence. He began arranging them carefully along the shelves, a secret constellation forming in his basement, his own piece of the sky stitched together jar by jar. The jars did not remain silent. When he sat among them, he swore he could hear faint whispers, not of words but of tones, vibrations that stirred something ancient in him. Some nights he would eat a sandwich, listen to the hum of the echo box, and watch the star jars shimmer around him. In those moments, it was as though he sat not in a basement but in a cosmos of his own making, a boy at the center of a secret universe that cared enough to answer him. And yet, as always, the glow carried a weight. For every jar he filled, he felt the absence above grow sharper. The more he caught, the more he wanted, and the more the unreachable sky seemed to pull at him. He had drawn fragments into his hands, yes, but what of the whole? What of the vast silence that stretched beyond even his reach? That longing burrowed deeper with each night, no matter how many jars lined his shelves. One evening, while adjusting his lenses, Rick noticed something unexpected. One of the jars, the very first he had filled, no longer glowed the same way. Its light flickered faintly as though weakening. He panicked, checking wires, re-angling mirrors, but nothing changed. The glow dimmed, softening into something fragile, like the last ember of a dying fire. Rick sat with it for hours, hands wrapped around the glass, whispering to it as though his voice alone could keep it alive. When at last the light faded completely, leaving only an ordinary jar of dark, Rick felt something break inside him. The star was gone, not stolen, not shattered, just gone. He understood then that his jars could not hold the sky forever. They were fragile vessels for fragile fragments, temporary companions borrowed from a vastness that could never be contained. That realization both devastated and deepened him. Still he did not stop. He built more, caught more, knowing they would fade, yet cherishing the brief time they shone. Each jar became not a permanent treasure but a fleeting reminder that beauty could be borrowed, that presence could be momentary yet still matter. He learned to accept the fragility, to find comfort in the act of holding, even if the holding could not last. On nights when one jar faded, he would light another, whispering to it, watching it pulse. His lab became not just a sanctuary of inventions, but a constellation of impermanence, a universe that existed only for him, only for as long as it would last. And in that fragile glow, Rick felt a strange peace. He could not capture forever, but he could catch moments, and sometimes moments were enough. As dawn crept through the window, pale and indifferent, Rick sat among his jars, surrounded by the last faint shimmer of the night sky. He closed his eyes, feeling both the ache of what he could not keep and the warmth of what he had held. For the first time, he understood that the beauty of the stars was not only in their distance, but in the fragile, fleeting light he could borrow from them. And in that understanding, a seed of something larger stirred within him, not just a desire to catch, but to reach, to one day go beyond the window, beyond the jars, beyond the walls of his basement, and step into the vastness itself. Rick's eyes lingered on the shelf where the dimmed jar now rested, lifeless among its glowing companions. The silence it left behind was louder than the hum of the machine or the whispers of the remaining lights. It was not only a reminder of impermanence, but a challenge, a subtle taunt from the universe itself. He could borrow fragments, yes, but only for a time. And if the fragments could slip away, then perhaps he needed to reach beyond the fragile act of catching. Perhaps he needed to step into the vastness itself, no longer a spectator, no longer a child pressing his palms against a window. The thought gnawed at him. At first, it was just a whisper. What if he built something not to hold the stars, but to carry him to them? What if he could climb into the glow instead of trapping it? The idea was reckless, wild, impossible. But then again, everything he had done so far had been born of impossible whispers. That night, instead of arranging jars or repairing sandwiches, he began sketching, his notebook filled with shaky lines and frantic notes, circles and arrows, rough shapes of rockets, wheels of equations he half remembered from school books, scribbles of energy coils and propulsion. He didn't know the right words, didn't know the science beyond instinct, but instinct was enough. He was a boy who built comfort from scraps. Surely he could build a path to the sky. Days became nights, nights became mornings. His basement grew more crowded, wires and metal frames pushing against the shelves of jars. The jars themselves became less trophies and more companions, their light flickering across blueprints and half-built contraptions. The star jars, in particular, seemed to guide him. Their glow illuminated his sketches in ways that felt intentional, as though the fragments themselves wanted him to continue to find a way back to their origin. At first he tried building wings, sheets of scrap metal, rods bent into frames, fabric stretched across them like sails. He strapped them to his arms, climbed onto the roof of the house, and leapt. He fell, bruised but laughing, because even in failure he felt closer to the stars than when standing still. He rebuilt, this time with springs, coils of tension meant to launch him higher. Again he fell, but the air had carried him for just a breath longer, and that was enough to push him further. Then came engines. He cobbled. Together, small canisters from broken appliances, wired them with sparks drawn from his echo box's circuits. They sputtered, hissed, exploded in bursts of smoke, leaving scorch marks on the floor. Each failure carved more determination into him. The stars had mocked him with their distance, but he was not content to sit beneath them and dream. He would rise. He would build until rising became possible. The more he built, the more the jars seemed to respond. Some nights, when exhaustion blurred his vision, he swore the star jars pulsed brighter, as though cheering him on. He began placing them around his work, using their glow to guide his hands, whispering thanks to them as though they were teachers rather than captives. It was no longer about catching. He understood that now. It was about following, chasing, reaching. Weeks passed, though he no longer measured time in days or meals. He measured it in attempts. Attempt 34. Failed propulsion. Attempt 62. Unstable lift. Attempt 80. Brief hover before collapse. Each attempt left him battered, coughing smoke, nursing burns and cuts, but each one carved a clearer picture of what might work. Slowly, impossibility gave way to something that resembled progress. Then one night the breakthrough came. He had combined the hum of the echo box with the shimmer of a star jar, wiring them together in a way that felt both reckless and inevitable. When he switched it on, the machine did not sputter or explode. Instead, it lifted, just a few inches off the ground, trembling violently, but it lifted. Rick's heart pounded in his chest. He had made the earth let go, even if only for a breath. He had felt the pull loosen, felt gravity hesitate. He spent the next nights refining, stabilizing, repeating. The jars were no longer just companions. They were fuel, energy drawn from the fragments of stars themselves. It was dangerous, fragile, but it worked. With every test, the machine rose higher, steadier. Rick began to imagine not just the ceiling of his basement, but the roof of his house, the open air, the stars above no longer distant, but reachable. And yet, beneath his triumph, the same ache lingered. He knew the jars would fade just as the first had. If they dimmed, so too would his machine. His path to the stars depended on borrowed light, fleeting as memory. He could chase, yes, but could he truly arrive? The thought haunted him, but it did not stop him. Even a borrowed path was still a path, and he would walk it until it ended. The night came when he was ready. The contraption, crude yet powerful, stood in the center of his basement. Wires twisted like veins, jars glowed at its heart, the echo box hummed with low vibration. Rick strapped himself into the seat, his hands trembling as they gripped the controls. He looked once more at the shelves of jars, the sandwiches gone stale, the scattered sketches of his boyhood attempts. All of it had led here, to this trembling machine that dared to challenge the sky. He flicked the switch. The hum grew louder, the jars pulsed brighter, the machine shuddered. For a moment he feared it would collapse again. Another failure in a long line of failures. But then the floor fell away, slowly, unevenly, but unmistakably. Rick felt the air shift around him as the basement walls blurred, the ceiling drew near. His heart raced, not with fear, but with exhilaration. He was rising, not in thought, not in longing, but in truth. The machine slammed back down after only a few seconds, rattling the shelves, knocking jars to the floor. But those seconds were enough. Rick sat breathless, grinning through soot and sweat, his heart hammering with a new certainty. The stars were no longer untouchable. The window was no longer a prison. He had lifted, he had risen, and if he could rise once, he could rise again. That night, as he lay on the floor surrounded by the shattered glass of a fallen jar, Rick felt both the ache of loss and the fire of discovery. He whispered to the remaining lights, promising them and himself that he would not stop. The stars had watched him from a distance long enough. Soon, it would be his turn to watch them up close. Rick did not sleep after that night. The memory of the lift, brief though it was, burned too fiercely in him to allow rest. He replayed the sensation again and again, the floor surrendering, the ceiling rushing closer, the delicate moment when gravity loosened its grip. It had been only seconds, but those seconds reshaped him. They proved that distance could be bent, that the stars were not mocking him from unreachable heights, but waiting for him to bridge the gap. His failures no longer haunted him. They became stepping stones, each collapse a necessary descent before the next ascent. He began to rebuild with a fever that consumed him. Every piece of scrap, every coil of wire, every jar was called into service. His basement became unrecognizable, less a room, more a cocoon woven of metal and light. The walls bore scorch marks like scars. The air smelled perpetually of burnt copper and ozone. Yet Rick thrived in it. He was no longer scavenging blindly. He had tasted success, however fleeting, and now every adjustment carried the weight of purpose. Still, doubt crept in when the jars flickered. Some had dimmed already, their glow paling as though exhausted by his demands. He sat before them in silence one evening, watching their faint shimmer tremble. For the first time, he asked himself if he was draining them of something sacred, consuming their essence for his own ambition. The thought cut deeper than failure. But when he closed his eyes, he remembered the way they had pulsed as he built, as if guiding him. He remembered the way the machine had lifted, the glow pouring through its circuits like veins of fire. Perhaps the jars wanted to return, not to fade in isolation, but to be part of something that touched the skies again. That belief steadied him. The night came when hesitation had no place left. Rick dragged his creation, now towering and skeletal, out of the basement. It groaned and scraped against the walls, sparks leaping from exposed wires, jars pulsing unevenly within its frame. The house seemed too small to contain it anymore, as though his childhood itself had grown too narrow for what he was about to attempt. He wheeled it into the yard, where the open sky loomed vast and endless above. The stars were waiting. Cold and sharp, they scattered across the night, mirrors of the light trembling in his jars. Rick strapped himself into the seat, fingers brushing. The crude levers he had fashioned. His heart thundered so loudly he wondered if it might drown out the hum of the machine. But the hum grew louder, steadier, a sound that seemed to rise from both the contraption and the boy himself. He flicked the switch. The jars flared to life, filling the frame with an almost painful brilliance. The machine shook, metal screeching, bolts straining, but this time it did not collapse. It rose, first in stuttering jerks, then with a smoother, surer climb. The ground shrank beneath him, grass and dirt pulling away, the roof of his house sinking into shadow. Rick gripped the controls tighter, laughter breaking unbidden from his throat. He was rising, truly rising. Wind whipped against him, harsher and colder than he imagined, tugging at his hair, pressing into his skin. His eyes watered, but he refused to blink. The air carried the metallic taste of sparks, the smell of ozone mixing with the raw scent of night. Below him, the world became smaller. The trees that once loomed like guardians now seemed like playthings, the house like a toy left behind. Above him, the stars sharpened, no longer abstract specks, but points of fierce light, nearer than ever before. The machine groaned under the strain, its frame rattling violently, jars flickering like a heartbeat on the verge of failing. But Rick urged it on, whispering to it, pleading as though the machine itself were alive. Just a little further, just a little closer. His words vanished into the wind, but he felt them echo in the glow of the jars. For a brief, blinding instant, he believed he had done it. The stars did not seem distant anymore. They felt within reach, as though if he stretched out his hand, his fingers would graze their fire. The hum became a roar. The jars flared so brightly he had to squint against the light. He was there, or at least so close that the line between dream and reality blurred. Then came the shudder. The machine lurched, one jar cracking with a sharp snap, shards of glass scattering into the night. The glow sputtered, the hum faltered. Rick's stomach dropped as the machine tilted, its balance unraveling. He yanked at the controls, desperate to steady it, but the machine fought against him, gravity rushing back with furious inevitability. The descent was chaos. Air screamed past him. The frame rattled as though it would tear apart. The jars shattered, one after another in bursts of dying light. His body jolted with every jerk, every collapse of the machine's structure. He braced himself, but nothing could prepare him for the violence of the fall. Impact. The world exploded into sound and pain. Metal screeched, earth split, glass burst beneath him. When the dust cleared, Rick lay among the wreckage, his creation a broken skeleton of twisted rods and smoking wires. The jars lay shattered around him, their light extinguished, their fragments scattered like fallen stars across the ground. He coughed, every breath sharp with pain, but he was alive. And as he dragged himself upright, bruised and trembling, he laughed again. Not the triumphant laugh of ascent, but the bitter, breathless laugh of one who had tasted something impossible, only to be hurled back to the dirt. His hands shook as he sifted through the wreckage, finding shards of glass still faintly warm, glowing only in memory. The stars above seemed crueler now, watching him in silence. Yet Rick did not curse them. Instead, he whispered through cracked lips, "I'll be back." His voice was hoarse but steady. Failure had not broken him. It had sharpened him. If anything, the taste of closeness only deepened his hunger. He lay beneath the ruined machine until dawn broke, the pale light of morning washing over the wreckage. In the daylight, the stars were gone, hidden once more, but their absence did not diminish him. He had seen them nearer than most ever would. He had reached, however briefly, beyond the boundaries of Earth, and so, with sore limbs and eyes still burning with the memory of their glow, Rick stood. He limped back into the house, leaving the ruins behind. They were not an end, only the bones of a beginning. The stars had denied him once, but they had also revealed themselves as possible. And Rick Sanchez was not the kind to give up after a single denial. He would rebuild. He would rise again. And the next time, he swore, he would not fall. The ruins of the machine stayed in the yard for days, twisted metal bones bleaching under the sun, the shards of broken jars catching what little light they could like, dying embers refusing to surrender completely. Rick walked past them every morning, never moving them, never sweeping away the fragments. To anyone else it might have looked like he was avoiding the wreckage, but the truth was more complicated. He wanted them there, wanted the ruin to loom over him as both reminder and promise. Every twisted rod, every blackened wire whispered, "You were close." Close was not enough. The bruises on his body faded, but the hunger did not. If anything, the ache inside him grew heavier, gnawing at him with every passing day. At school, his classmates laughed and chatted about trivial things, tests, games, television shows, but Rick's mind wandered beyond the walls, beyond the roof, beyond the planet itself. Teachers spoke equations, but he heard trajectories. Friends tried to joke with him, but he only half smiled, already sketching diagrams on the backs of assignments, crude outlines of something greater than what had broken in the yard. The nights were the worst. Lying awake, he stared at the ceiling and felt the echo of falling all over again, the rush of air, the tilt of the stars sliding away from him. His body remembered it as vividly as his mind did. Sleep rarely came, and when it did, it was filled with dreams of shattering glass and light slipping through his fingers. He would wake drenched in sweat, whispering to the empty room, "Next time I won't fall." But to rebuild, he needed more than scraps. The jars he had shattered had been finite, their light now gone. Their fragments hummed faintly when he touched them, but the life inside them was spent. He tried at first to piece them back together, fitting shards like puzzle pieces, sealing cracks with molten solder, but the glow never returned. The warmth had left them, like ashes too cold to stir. Back into flame. That was when the thought first came, the dangerous, trembling thought he tried to ignore. If the jars had once carried the spark he needed, perhaps that spark wasn't limited to glass. Perhaps it lived in other vessels, waiting to be tapped. He began to notice patterns in everything around him, the buzz of the streetlights that flickered. When the wind pushed against them, the hum inside the old refrigerator that clung to life in his kitchen, even the heartbeat that pounded in his own chest when he ran. All of it was energy, all of it light, waiting to be harnessed. He started small. In the basement, he tore apart household appliances, radios, fans, even the television. Wires coiled across the floor, magnets clattered in jars, copper coils gleamed. Under his desk lamp, he worked until his fingers blistered, until his nails cracked, and even then he pressed on. When his mother asked where the television had gone, he muttered something about fixing it and escaped before she could press further. When his friends asked why he no longer came outside, he waved them off, claiming he was busy with homework. None of them could understand. None of them could feel the pull of the stars the way he did. The basement grew crowded again, filled with the hum of scavenged circuits. Yet it wasn't enough. The light from the machines he broke apart was weak, too easily drained, lacking the raw purity that had once flowed from the jars. He needed something stronger, something alive, and that thought, once whispered, grew louder each night until it no longer felt like temptation, but inevitability. It began with insects, fireflies drawn in mason jars from the woods at the edge of town, their bodies pulsing with their own delicate glow. Rick studied them for hours, watching the rhythm of their light, the chemical spark that lived inside such fragile bodies. He rigged tiny electrodes, measuring, experimenting, sketching furiously, as if the pattern of their pulses could unlock the secret he sought. Some escaped, some died in the process, but Rick did not stop. He whispered apologies to them under his breath, but his hands never faltered. The fireflies weren't enough, but they taught him something. Life carried a charge stronger than dead metal ever could. He began to wonder what larger vessels might hold within them, what kind of energy might be harnessed if he dared to look beyond insects. The thought frightened him at first, but fear soon turned into curiosity, and curiosity into determination. He felt the slope beneath his feet, the danger of it, but he kept walking anyway, because behind every fear was the promise of light. One night, as the house slept, Rick sat in the basement with a shard of broken glass in his hand. The faint warmth had long faded, but he could still remember the glow that had once lived there. He pressed the shard into his palm until it cut, watching a bead of blood rise. It gleamed red under the lamp, darker than the light he remembered, but alive in its own way. He stared at it for a long time, the line between sacrifice and discovery blurring. His lips curled into a bitter smile. "Even I am a jar," he thought. From that night on, his experiments shifted. He began to test not just the capacity of machines, but of himself. He pushed his body further, forcing sleepless nights, denying himself food until his hands shook, measuring the way his body responded to strain. He recorded his pulse with wires he soldered into crude monitors, studied the rhythm of his breath, the spark that seemed to flicker behind his eyes when exhaustion reached its peak. Every weakness, every ache became data. The stars had not rejected him, they had challenged him, and Rick Sanchez was not the kind to refuse a challenge. Still, the basement grew colder, lonelier. His laughter became rarer, sharper when it came, echoing harshly off concrete walls. The shards of the old jars lay scattered across his desk like relics, reminders of how close he had come and how much further he still had to go. When he stared at them long enough, he thought he could almost hear them whisper, urging him forward, telling him the cost didn't matter. And, though part of him knew he was stepping into a place from which he might never return, he did not stop. He could not stop. Because once you've touched the stars, even for an instant, the earth will never feel like home again. The shard of glass still rested on Rick's desk, its edge dulled now from the number of times he had turned it over in. His palm pressed it against his skin, studied it under lamplight as though it might reveal some hidden truth, if only he stared long enough. The cut on his hand had already healed, but the memory of that bead of blood, red, warm, undeniably, alive, still lingered in his thoughts like an unfinished equation. Machines could hum, wires could spark, circuits could flare to life under current, but nothing compared to the living pulse of his own body. That realization had been the turning point, and he knew it. He had felt the slope beneath him give way, and instead of pulling back, he had leaned forward into the fall. In the nights that followed, Rick's experiments grew bolder, more deliberate. He dissected the fireflies, searching their fragile bodies for the chemistry of their glow, and when that yielded too little, he turned his attention to larger creatures, crickets, frogs from the creek, even stray birds when he could catch them. He recorded the flicker of their lives in crude machines of his own making, translating heartbeats into jagged lines across rolls of paper. Each time he watched the pulse fade, there was a pang, small at first, then sharper, though he told himself it was only the price of discovery. He began to hear his own justifications more often, muttered under his breath as he soldered wires or stitched together makeshift circuits. The universe doesn't give without taking. Every spark demands a source. His words became a mantra, steadying him when guilt flickered at the edges of his conscience. But the sparks he coaxed from these small lives weren't enough. The stars he dreamed of had been vast, endless, devouring in their beauty. Nothing so small could carry that magnitude. Rick knew it, and so he began to look elsewhere. He started to notice things he had ignored before. The dog that slept by the neighbor's fence, the rabbits that darted across fields at dusk, the faint thrum of life in every living thing around him. His gaze lingered too long, calculating, searching, wondering. One evening, after another failure, his circuit sparked, hummed weakly, and then died in a puff of smoke. Rick sat in the basement with his head in his hands. The smell of burnt copper hung in the air, acrid and stubborn. He was exhausted, hollowed out by days without rest. his thoughts looping in endless spirals. And then, from the corner of the room, came a soft whimper. It was the neighbor's dog. Rick had lured it there earlier with scraps of food, convincing himself it was only for observation, nothing more. The dog wagged its tail weakly, eyes trusting, unaware of the storm brewing in Rick's mind. He stared at it for a long time, torn between two voices. One whispered of boundaries, of lines that should not be crossed, of the warmth of companionship and the innocence of life. The other whispered louder, "You're so close. One step further. One sacrifice and the stars will open again." His hand trembled as he reached for the wires on the table. For a moment, he hesitated, the enormity of the choice pressing down on him like gravity. He could feel his chest tightening, his breath shallow. Then, almost without realizing it, he moved. The experiment was brutal in its simplicity. Electrodes pressed against living flesh, circuits feeding off the charge of a beating heart. The machine roared louder than it ever had before, light bursting from its coils, arcs of raw energy snapping across the room. Rick's eyes widened, awe and horror mingling in equal measure as the glow filled the basement, brighter than anything he had seen since the jars had shattered. And then silence. The dog lay still, its body limp, the trust in its eyes extinguished forever. Rick stood frozen, chest heaving, the glow fading from the machine, but searing itself into his memory. His stomach churned, bile rising, yet he couldn't tear his gaze from what he had done. For a long time he didn't move, his hands trembling, his heart pounding so violently it felt as though it might burst from his chest. He whispered to the silence. It worked. The words tasted like ash, like poison, but they were true. The stars had answered him, if only for a moment. In the days that followed, Rick carried the weight of what he had done like a shadow, clinging to his back. He buried the body in the woods, his hands shaking as he covered the shallow grave with dirt. Each night he told himself he would stop, that the price was too high, that he had crossed a line he could never step back from. But each night, when he closed his eyes, he saw the light again, the brilliant flare of energy, the taste of success after so many failures, and the hunger inside him, that endless gnawing hunger, whispered that one life had not been enough. The shards of the old jars seemed to gleam more brightly on his desk now, as though mocking him, urging him forward. He found himself talking to them late at night when no one could hear. "I didn't mean to," he muttered once, though he knew that wasn't true. Another night, his voice harsher. "It had to be done. You don't understand." His reflection in the glass shard stared back at him, distorted, accusing, yet still he worked. The experiments became more refined, his machines more stable, his notes more detailed. What had once been chaotic sketches became pages of formulas, calculations, meticulously catalogued results. The guilt never left him, but it dulled, worn down by the steady rhythm of his obsession. He began to wonder if the stars themselves demanded this cost, if the path to them had always been paved with sacrifice. And though a part of him recoiled at what he was becoming, another part, the larger, hungrier part, accepted it. Because now he knew. The light he sought was not buried in glass, nor trapped in the wires of dead machines. It lived in the very essence of life itself, in the fragile vessels of blood and breath and pulse. The stars had given him their answer, and Rick Sanchez had chosen to listen. Rick's hands had stopped trembling, though not because the weight of his actions had lessened. Instead, the tremor had been replaced by something colder, steadier, a resolve that bordered on inevitability. The memory of the dog's final breath still haunted him, lingering in the silence between his thoughts. But it was the glow, the burst of brilliance that had followed, that refused to let him rest. It had carved itself into his mind with the permanence of fire, and no amount of guilt could extinguish it. Each night he told himself it would be the last experiment. Each morning he woke with his chest tight, his mind already calculating new designs, new methods, new vessels. The hunger had grown sharper, like a whisper that had become a voice, then a chorus, until it felt less like temptation and more like destiny. Rick had always believed the stars carried answers. Now he wondered if they demanded something from him in return. The smaller creatures no longer satisfied him. He could see it in the results, fleeting sparks, weak surges of energy that faded. Almost as soon as they appeared, his notes filled with frustrated scribbles, entire pages crossed out, equations abandoned mid-thought. It was not enough. The stars had shown him a glimpse of their power, but to sustain it, he needed more. One evening, as he sat hunched over his cluttered desk, the thought came unbidden, so clear it startled him. The greater the mind, the greater the spark. He froze, staring at the page before him, the words ringing in his skull like a revelation. It made sense. Life was not equal. Some vessels carried only the simplest rhythms, while others contained entire constellations of thought and memory. If energy lived in the essence of life, then surely a mind capable of dreaming, of imagining, of shaping entire worlds inside itself would burn brighter than anything he had touched so far. The realization left him shaken, his stomach knotted, his chest tight, but he could not ignore it. It was as though the stars themselves had pressed the truth into his bones. For hours he sat there, staring into the darkened basement, torn between terror and awe. The implications horrified him, but the hunger roared louder still. Days passed with the thought gnawing at him, until it became impossible to silence. He tried to divert himself with other projects, constructing circuits, sketching blueprints, even revisiting the broken shards of his childhood jars as though they might soothe him. But everything he touched felt hollow, meaningless, compared to the revelation waiting at the edge of his mind. His dreams grew restless, filled with flickers of light and faces he could not quite remember, voices calling from beyond the veil of sleep. When he woke, the hunger was sharper than ever. The first test was almost unintentional. A bird's nest had fallen from the roof, and inside was a single hatchling, fragile, its eyes barely open. Rick lifted it with trembling hands, telling himself it was only an accident, only an opportunity. The energy it gave off was different, not stronger but more complex, as though it carried with it the faint outline of potential, the suggestion of thoughts that might have been. When the machine hummed to life, he felt a thrill run through him. The hatchling had barely lived, yet still its spark had burned brighter than the insects, brighter even than the frogs. He began to seek patterns. Young animals, old ones, those that had lived long enough to learn, to experience, each carried a different quality of energy. He catalogued them all with the meticulous care of a scientist, his notebooks filling with columns of numbers, sketches, of waveforms, jagged lines that marked the rise and fall of life itself. The data confirmed what his gut had already told him. The more complex the vessel, the stronger the spark. And with every confirmation, his resolve deepened. It was not long before Rick found himself watching people the way he once watched fireflies. He caught himself lingering on their laughter, on the way their eyes flickered with thought, on the cadence of their voices. At first he recoiled from the thought, sickened by his own imagination, but the hunger never retreated. It only grew, sharper, whispering to him that this was the path he had always been walking. The stars did not reveal themselves to cowards. One night, sitting alone at his desk, Rick caught his reflection in a shard of glass. His face looked older than it should, shadows under his eyes, lines etched deep from sleepless nights. He stared at himself until the image blurred, then muttered aloud, as though to the shard itself, "I'm not a monster. I'm a seeker. They'll never understand, but I have to know." His voice cracked, but he did not look away. The basement had become a sanctum of sorts, the place where he could peel back the fabric of life and glimpse what lay beyond. Yet it was also a prison, the walls closing in with the weight of his choices. Sometimes, when exhaustion overtook him, he thought. He heard voices in the hum of his machines, faint, distant, like echoes from another world. They unsettled him, yet they also filled him with a strange comfort, as though the stars themselves were watching, waiting, urging him forward. The next escalation came not from planning, but from desperation. His machines had begun to fail under the strain of his experiments, coils burning out, wires snapping. He needed a stronger test, a vessel that would prove once and for all the truth of his theory. And when the neighbor's child wandered too close one afternoon, asking innocent questions about the strange noises from his basement, Rick felt his pulse quicken. He answered the questions kindly, smiling with a warmth he did not feel, but inside, his mind raced. The thought horrified him, yet it took root all the same. Here was a vessel unlike any he had touched before, a mind brimming with imagination, curiosity, and the boundless spark of youth. He dismissed the idea immediately, pacing the room in a frenzy, muttering to himself that it was madness. But even as he tried to push it away, the hunger clung to him. He knew now what he would see if he tried. He knew what kind of light might blaze forth. That night, he couldn't sleep. He lay awake staring at the ceiling, his chest aching, his thoughts a storm. He thought of the stars, distant and silent, and wondered if they were laughing at him, mocking his hesitation. He thought of the jars that had shattered, of the glow that had marked his childhood, and how it had led him here, to this moment. His mind circled the same unrelenting question. How far will you go to see the truth? By dawn, Rick sat once more at his desk, his hands steady, his eyes hollow. He told himself he was only preparing, only testing designs, but deep down he knew the path had already been chosen. The hunger had become too great, and the stars would not let him turn back. Somewhere deep inside, the last remnants of innocence stirred, whispering that he still had time, that he could still walk away. But the silence of the room felt heavier than ever, as though the universe itself was leaning in, waiting for his next move. And Rick Sanchez, bound by the weight of his own obsession, was already reaching for the wires. Rick's fingers moved with mechanical precision, each wire tightened, each screw fastened, each circuit aligned. His body carried out the motions as though on instinct, but his mind was elsewhere, drifting through shadows, tangled in thoughts he could neither silence nor escape. The question pressed against him like a weight he could no longer set down. What if the vessel is human? It was no longer just an intrusive thought. It had become the inevitable conclusion of every experiment, every note scribbled in frustration, every late-night revelation whispered by the glow of his machines. He told himself he was not preparing for that step, not yet. The machine he worked on was simply an improvement, a necessary refinement to stabilize the energy output. His earlier models had strained under even small surges, and what he was building now would be capable of holding far more. But as he tightened the final bolt and ran his hand along the cold surface of the metal, he knew the truth. This was not just a tool of science, it was a threshold. That evening, he lingered at the window, watching the street outside. Children played with chalk on the cracked pavement, drawing suns, stars, and crooked houses with bright colors that blurred in the fading light. Their laughter rose and fell like a melody, so pure it made his chest ache. He envied them. Their unbroken wonder, their innocent faith in the world's simplicity. Yet that envy quickly curdled into something sharper. They carried sparks unlike anything he had touched, sparks still untainted by fear or resignation, sparks that burned with imagination. The hunger twisted inside him, and he had to grip the windowsill to steady himself. He turned away, ashamed, muttering curses under his breath. Not yet. Not them. Not like this. The words rang hollow even as he spoke them. He tried to drown the thought in work, burying himself in equations that sprawled across the page like constellations. But every line, every calculation led him back to the same place. The energy he sought, the kind that could rival the stars themselves, would never be found in the bodies of small creatures. It would only reveal itself in the vast expanse of a human mind. Nights became longer. Rick wandered his basement as though it were a labyrinth, pacing between shelves stacked with tools and notebooks, pausing to stare at the machine that waited in the corner like a silent sentinel. He began to hear things in the hum of the wires, faint voices, fragments of songs, laughter, cries. He told himself it was exhaustion, tricks of the mind born of too many sleepless hours. But sometimes, in the silence between, he felt certain the machine was speaking to him, urging him toward the inevitable. One night, unable to resist, Rick carried a mirror into the basement and set it before the machine. He sat across from it, staring at his own reflection, imagining what it would mean to place himself inside the device. He traced the outlines of his face with weary eyes, seeing both the child who had once stared in awe at glowing jars and the man who had burned through too many dreams. The idea of using himself as the vessel was tempting, almost noble, a way to avoid the moral abyss waiting at his feet. But even as he considered it, he knew it would fail. His body was tired, his spirit frayed, his spark already dulled by obsession. The stars demanded more. His thoughts returned, unbidden, to the neighbor's child, the curious questions, the unguarded eyes. He shuddered, pressing his palms hard against his face as though he could erase the image. "No," he whispered, hoarsely. "Not them, not yet." But the hunger did not retreat. It lingered, whispering of brilliance, of light so radiant it might tear open the veil between himself and the cosmos. Days blurred together, his notebooks filling with restless scribbles. He grew paranoid, glancing at doors, checking locks, convinced that someone would discover the truth hidden in his basement. Yet no one did. The world above carried on as though nothing had changed. The laughter of children still filled the air, neighbors still greeted him with polite smiles, the stars still burned cold and distant in the night sky. Only Rick knew how close he stood to the precipice. The breaking point came quietly. It was not a moment of grand revelation or sudden madness, but a slow erosion of restraint, a quiet surrender to the voice that had haunted him for weeks. Late one night, as the house around him slept, Rick found himself standing before the machine, his hands steady, his heart hammering in his chest. He whispered to the darkness, "If the universe wants this, it will guide me. If not, it will stop me." And yet nothing stopped him. He chose carefully. Not a child, not yet, but someone whose absence might go unnoticed, someone the world had already cast aside. A drifter, sleeping in the alley near the edge of town, wrapped in rags against the cold. Rick told himself it was mercy, that this soul had already been forgotten, that what he was about to do would not matter. But even as he whispered these justifications, he knew the truth. It was hunger, nothing more. He worked in silence, the hum of the machine filling the basement as he secured the figure in place. For a moment he hesitated, his hand hovering over the switch. He thought of the stars, the infinite silence of the cosmos, and the jar that had once glowed in his small, trembling hands. He thought of how far he had come, how far he had fallen, and then, with a breath that felt like surrender, he flipped the switch. The air seemed to crackle. Light flared brighter than anything he had seen before, surging through the coils of the machine like fire made manifest. The figure convulsed, the room filling with a sound that was not a scream but something deeper, stranger, like the tearing of fabric. Rick's eyes widened, his body rigid as he watched. For a fleeting instant he swore he saw more than light. Shapes. Within it, vast and incomprehensible, like windows into the machinery of the universe itself. His heart pounded with terror and awe, and tears streamed down his face unbidden. And then silence. The light faded, leaving behind only smoke and the stench of burnt metal. The figure slumped lifeless, its spark spent, but the machine hummed softly, glowing faintly with residual power. Rick staggered forward, his hands trembling as he touched the surface of the device. The energy lingered, stable, sustained, unlike anything he had achieved before. His theory had been correct. The greater the mind, the greater the spark. But the cost pressed in on him at once. His stomach twisted, bile rising in his throat as he stared at what he had done. He stumbled back, his legs weak, collapsing into a chair as his chest heaved with shallow breaths. His hands covered his face, muffling the sound of his own broken laughter, half joy, half despair. He had seen it. He had touched the fire of the stars. But in doing so, he had crossed a threshold he could never return from. The basement felt different now. No longer a sanctum, no longer a prison, but something else entirely. A place of reckoning. The silence carried weight, pressing against him, reminding him that the hunger would not end here. He knew it as surely as he knew his own name. This was only the beginning. The stars had given him their answer, and in doing so, demanded more. Rick sat there in the dim glow, his breath slowing, his eyes fixed on the faintly pulsing light of the machine. He felt hollow, emptied, yet at the same time filled with a terrible clarity. He whispered to the darkness, his voice ragged, "I've seen it now, there's no going back." And above, unseen, the stars burned silently on, patient and eternal. As Rick Sanchez descended further into the abyss of his own making, Rick did not sleep the night after the experiment. He couldn't. His body sat in the chair, his eyes red and hollow, but his mind refused to close. The glow of the machine pulsed in the corner like a living thing, its hum resonating through the walls, through his bones, through every frayed thread of his thoughts. Whenever his eyes drifted toward the lifeless body slumped near the base of the device, he would look away quickly, as though glancing too long would summon something darker. Yet He could not escape the knowledge that it was there, that he had put it there, and the basement would never again feel untouched. At dawn, the first rays of light pressed through the narrow basement window, sharp and unkind. Rick rose, moving with sluggish steps, and forced himself into motion. He covered the body, his hands shaking as he wrapped it in an old sheet, then carried it up the stairs in silence. Every creak of the wooden steps rang like a confession. Every shift of weight sent fresh sweat down his back. He had chosen someone, invisible to the world, yet carrying the bundle through the early morning air made him feel more exposed than he ever had in his life. The streets were nearly empty at that hour. Rick kept to the alleys, his eyes darting to every corner, as though shadows themselves had grown teeth. He carried the body farther than he thought he could, until the town gave way to the fields, and the dirt was soft enough to take a shallow grave. He worked with desperate speed, his breath ragged, his clothes clinging to him with sweat. When it was done, when the earth was packed down, he lingered only a moment before retreating. No prayers, no goodbyes, only the heavy silence of a man who had severed another life without ceremony. Back in the basement, Rick scrubbed the floor until his fingers ached, erasing every trace of what had happened. But no matter how much he cleaned, he could not scrub away the image that had imprinted itself behind his eyes, the way the body had jerked, the way the light had torn through the air, the fleeting glimpse of something beyond comprehension. That memory lived inside him now, vivid and inescapable. He told himself he would stop. He whispered it like a mantra, forcing the words through clenched teeth. Never again. One was enough. But as the days stretched forward, the hunger stirred within him like an echo of the machine's hum, relentless and insistent, his notebooks filled with fresh sketches, refinements to the design, ways to stabilize the energy longer, to capture more. He tried to resist, tried to bury the work under mundane tasks, yet each night found him back at the desk, scribbling until dawn, eyes bloodshot, mind unraveling. The paranoia followed soon after. Every knock at the door startled him, every passerby outside seemed to glance too long, as though they knew. He avoided the neighbors, avoided their questions, shut himself inside his home until the air smelled of dust and iron and stale breath. Yet isolation only amplified the voices. Sometimes he thought he heard faint laughter in the crackle of electricity, or whispers slipping between the vibrations of the machine. They were not voices he could place, not human, but vast and distant, like echoes from a sky full of stars. And still, the memory of what he had seen would not leave him. The light was no longer just light in his mind. He replayed it endlessly, convinced there had been shapes inside it, structures, fragments of something greater, perhaps even a blueprint of the universe itself. It was not just brilliance he had glimpsed, but order, the hidden mechanics of reality. That thought tormented him more than the guilt. Because if the secret of existence itself was contained within those fleeting sparks, then how could he stop now? How could he turn away when the key was almost within reach? Sleep finally came one evening, sudden and heavy, dragging him into a restless dream. He was standing beneath the stars, endless and bright, yet they were not silent as they had always been. They whispered to him, 1,000 voices weaving together into a single command. More. Bring us more. He woke with a start, drenched in sweat, the echo still ringing in his ears. He tried to convince himself it was only a dream, nothing more. But when he looked toward the corner of the basement, the machine was glowing faintly in the darkness, as though it too had heard the stars. Rick began to drink more than he had in years, bottles piling beside his desk, the taste burning his throat yet never dulling the edge of the hunger. The alcohol slowed his thoughts, blurred the sharpest corners of his conscience, but even drunk, his hand still found the pen, still traced equations across crumpled pages. He laughed bitterly at himself, muttering through slurred words, "Genius!" or "monster." Same thing in the end. Days bled into nights without distinction. He walked the town less now, but when he did, his eyes searched not for company, but for candidates. He studied people differently, noting the way their eyes glimmered, the way their minds seemed to spark in conversation. Every encounter became an evaluation, a quiet, horrifying calculation of potential energy. He despised himself for it, yet the thoughts refused to leave. The second time came faster than he had expected, a week, perhaps less. Though time had grown slippery, he found another, someone whose absence would cause little stir, another forgotten thread in the fabric of the world. The ritual unfolded with practiced silence, the securing, the hesitation, the switch. But the hesitation was shorter this time. The hunger no longer pleaded, it commanded. The light filled the room once again, dazzling and terrible, more stable now, more controlled. And within it, Rick saw them again, shapes vast and impossible, like glimpses into machinery so intricate it mocked the limits of human thought. His chest tightened, his heart thundered, and though part of him recoiled, another part leaned forward, desperate to memorize every fragment. When it was over, when silence returned, Rick did not collapse as he had before. He stood there, trembling but upright, his eyes locked on the machine's glow. He felt hollow, yes, but also exhilarated, a step closer to the truth. The guilt clawed at him, but it was drowned beneath the roaring certainty that he had touched something no one else had ever known. Still the paranoia worsened. He began hearing footsteps where none existed, catching glimpses of figures in reflections that vanished when he turned. The whispers grew louder, weaving themselves into his waking thoughts. Sometimes, when exhaustion pinned him against the desk, he would hear them calling his name. He was not sure if they were promises or warnings. Rick told himself he still had control, that he could stop at any moment. Yet deep down, he knew control had already slipped from his grasp. The hunger was no longer separate from him. It lived inside his chest, beating with his heart, breathing with his lungs. Every moment without feeding it felt unbearable. Every moment after felt like falling deeper into a void from which no light could return. And so he sat again in the basement one sleepless night, staring at the machine as though it were both his creation and his captor. His voice cracked as he whispered to the empty room, "I've seen what's out there. I can't unsee it. And if the stars are asking for more, who am I to deny them?" The silence that followed was heavy, but the faint pulse of the machine seemed almost to answer, a quiet heartbeat in the dark, promising both wonder and ruin in equal measure. Rick closed his eyes, his head sinking into his hands, knowing that his path was no longer his own. The abyss had claimed him, and with each step it demanded more. The nights grew longer, or perhaps it only felt that way because Rick never truly slept anymore. Time had begun to stretch and fold in strange ways, the hours bleeding into each other until even he could not tell if he had been working for a day or a week. The bottles scattered across the desk told one story, the endless pages of notes another. He had tried, more than once, to burn the journals, to destroy the sketches of circuitry and impossible equations, But the moment the flame caught the paper, panic surged through him as though he were destroying not just ideas, but fragments of himself. Each time he saved them from the fire, hands trembling, muttering curses under his breath. The machine, meanwhile, stood as silent proof of his surrender. What had once been crude wires and unstable conduits was now polished, refined, stabilized by nights of manic tinkering. Rick reinforced its structure, improved the containment field, adjusted the energy regulators until they responded like extensions of his own nerves. It no longer felt like a tool he had built, but a companion that grew with him, shaped by his obsession as much as by his hands. He told himself he was perfecting it for safety, that no more lives would be wasted, that perhaps he could extract the energy without destroying the vessel. But deep inside he knew that was a lie. The hunger had not faded, it had sharpened. Each success brought only the demand for more, a gnawing void that whispered with every beat of his heart. The whispers had changed too. They no longer hid in the background, faint and indistinct. They spoke clearly now, though never in full sentences, only fragments, pieces of knowledge, flashes of symbols, words that slid into his notes almost without his consent. Sometimes, as he read back what he had written, he could not even remember, putting the pen to paper. Yet the logic held, the equations sang with precision, and he felt the unmistakable touch of a mind greater than his own guiding his hand. One night, as the machine hummed with idle energy, Rick leaned back in his chair, eyes burning from exhaustion. His reflection in the nearby metal panel caught his attention. Wild hair, gaunt cheeks, eyes that no longer carried warmth, but burned with feverish intensity. He barely recognized himself. For a moment, he thought he saw the reflection blink, a fraction later than he did, as though it were not his reflection at all, but another version of him watching from the other side. The moment passed, but the unease lingered. The paranoia dug deeper. He began to feel watched even within his own home. He would catch the faint creak of a floorboard above him when no one else was there, or the brief flicker of light across the window as though someone had passed by. Once, when he climbed the stairs to the kitchen, he swore he heard voices on the other side of the door, hushed but insistent, only for silence to greet him when he pushed it open. The world outside was turning hostile, or perhaps it was only his mind unraveling, but either way it left him with one conclusion. He had to move faster. The next subject came sooner than he had planned. He didn't seek them out. It was as though fate placed them in his path. Rick had wandered into town under the haze of alcohol, his mind buzzing with half-finished calculations, when he noticed a man sitting alone near the edge of the street, face buried in shadow. There was something hollow about him, something forgotten, as though the world itself had discarded him. Rick's eyes locked on him, and before his conscience could protest, the decision was already made. The process was smoother this time. Too smooth. The hesitation was gone, replaced by ritual efficiency. The machine roared to life, the light filled the basement, and Rick stood with eyes wide as the energy crystallized before him. It lasted longer than ever before, seconds stretching into what felt like eternity. And within that shimmering brilliance, he saw not only shapes, but movement, as if the hidden machinery of the cosmos was alive, pulsing with thought. For an instant, Rick swore the light looked back at him. When it faded, the silence was deafening. Rick stood frozen, trembling not from guilt, but from awe. The air still crackled, charged with residual power. His mind burned with images too complex to hold, equations that stretched beyond infinity. He collapsed into his chair, gasping, his heart racing, his hand clutching at the notebook as though it were a lifeline. He scribbled furiously, diagrams and formulas pouring from him faster than he could think, guided by something that felt, both external and intimate, but even in that frenzy he knew he was unraveling. His hands shook too much, his head pounded with migraines that felt like nails driven into his skull, and the whispers were no longer confined to the basement. They followed him through the house, through the streets, into the rare moments he dared to stand under the open sky. Sometimes they were distant, echoing like starlight. Other times they pressed close, curling against his ear with chilling intimacy. More, Rick. Always more. One evening, after another sleepless stretch, he returned to the basement to find the machine humming softly without him. He hadn't turned it on, hadn't even touched it, yet it pulsed as though aware of his presence. Waiting. He approached it cautiously, his breath unsteady, and placed a hand against the metal casing. The machine was warm, too warm, alive with energy he had not supplied. The hum deepened at his touch, a resonance that vibrated through his bones. He pulled his hand back quickly, but the impression lingered, as though the machine had pressed itself into him, claiming him as its own. The thought unsettled him, yet another followed quickly after. Maybe this was no longer just his invention. Maybe he was no longer the master. Perhaps he had only opened the door, and something on the other side had stepped through, using his hands, his mind, his hunger as tools for its own design. That night, the dream returned. He stood again beneath the infinite stars, their light, impossibly bright, their voices no longer whispers, but a chorus. They spoke in unison, in tones both majestic and terrifying, not words, but truths burned into the fabric of his being. You are the conduit. You are the fracture. More will come. He woke with a cry, stumbling from the chair, his heart pounding as though it would burst. His eyes darted toward the machine, which glowed faintly in the corner, pulsing in rhythm with his racing heartbeat. For the first time, Rick felt not just fascination, not just hunger, but fear, because he realized with clarity that pierced even the haze of his obsession that whatever force had touched him was not finished. It would not stop with him, and it would not stop until it had consumed everything. Still, even as fear settled, in his chest he found his hands moving back to the notebooks, scribbling with renewed urgency. Because terror or not, he could not walk away now. The abyss had claimed him, and he was beginning to suspect it had never been his choice at all. The glow of the machine still lingered in Rick's vision long after he had turned away from it. It pulsed in his mind like an afterimage burned into the soul, haunting every corner of his thoughts. He tried to silence it with drink, with the sharp sting of liquor that usually dulled his nerves, but even that no longer brought comfort. The alcohol no longer numbed. It only sharpened the voices, made them clearer, bolder, as if they welcomed the haze and fed on it. He told himself he still had control. That mantra circled through his mind whenever his hand trembled too violently or when he caught his reflection, moving a fraction out of sync. He was in charge, he reminded himself. He had built the machine. He had made the choices. And yet, beneath those words, a deeper truth gnawed. The machine had become something more than him. The line between his will and its will had blurred. One night, unable to bear the whispers gnawing at the edge of his sanity, he decided to confront them. If they had knowledge, if they were feeding him equations and images, then perhaps he could speak back. Perhaps he could wrest some measure of control, by forcing the conversation. He descended into the basement with the weight of this decision, heavy on his shoulders. The air was cold, metallic, filled with the faint tang of ozone. The machine sat silently, as though it had been waiting for him all along. He adjusted the energy regulators with meticulous care, every click and adjustment echoing in the silence. His hands shook, not from hesitation, but from anticipation. As he powered it on, the hum grew, filling the room with vibrations that seemed to pass through his very blood. The chamber lit with soft waves of light that shifted and folded, forming shapes that weren't quite shapes, symbols that seemed to hover at the edge of human comprehension. Rick closed his eyes and whispered, "If you're there, speak." His own voice sounded foreign, almost pleading. For a moment there was only the mechanical thrum. Then slowly the hum deepened, resonating like a voice too large to be contained by air. "You listen?" The words didn't pass through his ears. They bloomed inside his head, vast and cold. He staggered back, hand gripping the edge of the desk. Breath caught in his throat. His instinct screamed to shut the machine down, to flee, but his mind burned with awe. "I built this," he muttered through clenched teeth, as though reminding both himself and the presence that he was, not just a pawn. I opened the door. "Tell me what you are." The light shifted, deepening to a violet glow. The voices layered upon themselves, countless tones speaking as one. "We are what waits. We are the current that flows beneath all things. Through you, we return." Rick's heart pounded, a violent rhythm against his ribs. He wanted to argue, to demand clarity, but the words dissolved on his tongue. Instead, he asked, softer, "Why me?" Silence stretched, but it was not empty. The air thickened, pressing against him until it felt hard to breathe. Then the answer came, sharp and undeniable, "Because you asked. Because you tore open the veil, and in the fracture we found you." The words carved themselves into his mind, searing with both revelation and dread. He stumbled back, knocking over a bottle that shattered against the floor. The machine pulsed, brighter, feeding on his fear, his awe, his surrender. The voices pressed closer now, insistent. "You will not stop. The path is laid. More must be taken, more must be opened." Rick shook his head violently, clutching at his hair as though he could rip the words out. "No, I'm in control. I decide." His voice cracked, desperate, yet even as he spoke, he knew the truth was slipping. The machine's light swelled in response, and the whispers curved into something like laughter. Not mocking, but inevitable, as though the struggle had already been lost. When the machine finally powered down, it was not by his hand, but by its own will, the glow fading with a measured calm. Rick collapsed into his chair, drenched in sweat, his chest heaving. He stared at his notebook scattered across the table, at the sketches of stars, the equations bending toward infinity, the fragments of alien glyphs that he could not remember writing. His eyes burned, and for the first time in weeks, tears slid unbidden down his face. But even through the fear, through the trembling exhaustion, he felt the fire return. His hands moved almost of their own accord, scribbling, drawing, expanding upon what the voices had whispered. He wrote until dawn, until his hand cramped, and the page was blackened with lines of ink that blurred between genius and madness. The days that followed blurred into each other. Rick withdrew further from the outside world, barricading himself with his obsession. He avoided calls, ignored knocks at the door, abandoned even the faint rituals of living. The only constant was the machine and the voices that came with it. He began leaving it powered in low hums at night, letting the whispers seep into his dreams, where visions of impossible geometries and burning skies replaced rest. But paranoia crept deeper. Shadows seemed to linger longer in the corners of his house, stretching unnaturally. The reflection in the mirror no longer looked quite like him. It was thinner, sharper, with eyes that glowed faintly when the light caught them. Once, when he reached to wash his face, the reflection did not move with him. He froze, staring, until the reflection finally mirrored him again with a delay that left his stomach hollow. He tried to bury the fear, convincing himself it was only exhaustion, only the toll of obsession. Yet the fear bled into his work. His equations turned darker, his notes more frantic, as if he was racing against some unseen clock. And perhaps he was, because deep inside he sensed the truth. The voices were not patient. They would not wait forever. Late one night, as rain hammered against the roof and thunder shook the house, Rick sat before the machine once more. He was exhausted beyond words, but the hunger had sharpened into something undeniable. He pressed his hand against the warm metal, and for the first time he didn't feel like he was touching his invention at all. It felt like placing his hand against the chest of something alive. The hum deepened, almost like a heartbeat in answer. Rick closed his eyes, and the voices surged instantly. Not whispers now, not fragments, but a chorus of command. The door must open wider. You cannot turn back. You are ours, and through you we return. Rick's lips trembled, but he said nothing. Deep down, in the marrow of his bones, he knew they were right. There was no turning back. The storm outside raged, but inside the basement, Rick felt something stranger, heavier. The air itself seemed to bow, as if reality was preparing for a shift, a rupture. The machine pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat, and for the first time, Rick wondered if the two had become one and the same. The storm outside had finally broken into silence, leaving only the faint drip of water from the eaves and the smell of wet earth drifting through the cracks of the old house. Yet inside the basement, the silence was deceptive, charged with an invisible weight that pressed down on Rick's chest. He sat motionless before the machine, his hand still resting on its warm surface. His mind reeled from the voices that had surged through him, their final command echoing endlessly. The door must open wider. His fingers twitched as if to withdraw, but the warmth that radiated from the machine was strangely comforting, like a pulse he could not pull away from. He realized with a chill that the comfort wasn't his own. It was the machine soothing him, coaxing him, promising safety in exchange for obedience. The thought alone should have disgusted him, should have filled him with fear. But instead, he felt a dangerous calm wash over him, as though surrender was easier than resistance. He rose unsteadily and staggered to the table where his notes lay scattered. The papers were filled with diagrams of impossible geometries, schematics of structures that spiraled into themselves, equations that dissolved into paradox halfway down the page. But one drawing stood out from the rest, a jagged spiral that, repeated in dozens of variations, always leading inward as though it pointed to some central truth. Rick touched the inked lines with the tip of his finger and felt a jolt, not unlike static electricity, ripple through him. He dropped the page instantly, but his heart hammered with a new realization. The drawings weren't entirely his own. His hand had written them, yes, but the design belonged elsewhere. He was a conduit, nothing more. The machine, the voices, the spiral, it was all part of the same pattern unfolding, and he was caught in its current. For the next several days, Rick stopped pretending to fight it. He allowed the whispers to come, welcomed them in the long hours of the night when the house lay silent. He scrawled their instructions feverishly, filling notebooks with pages he barely recognized later. He stopped sleeping altogether, dozing in fragments only when his body gave out. In those brief moments of half-dream, he saw visions. Great black towers piercing a violet sky, seas boiling under alien constellations, and shapes moving through the air like shadows given form. One evening, while staring at the spiral once more, a sudden clarity struck him. The voices weren't merely asking, they were guiding him toward a precise step, a moment of convergence. The machine wasn't complete, not yet. It was only a doorway cracked open. He had to widen it. His trembling hand reached for the tools without hesitation. Hours passed unnoticed as he tore into the machine's panels, rerouting wires, adjusting circuits, engraving new sequences into its core. Sparks flew more than once, searing his arms, but he didn't pause. The voices encouraged him with every movement, murmuring that he was close, that the threshold was near. By the time dawn crept through the basement window, his eyes were bloodshot, his hands blackened with grease, but the machine pulsed with a new, deeper rhythm. He collapsed into the chair, watching as the glow shifted to a rich, throbbing violet. It no longer felt like a tool, but a presence, breathing in rhythm with him, watching him as intently as he watched it. And then, for the first time, the voices didn't remain in his head alone. A vibration rippled through the room, and the air thickened like syrup. The bare bulb hanging from the ceiling flickered wildly, casting fractured shadows that moved a fraction out of sync with their sources. Rick's breath hitched as he realized the shadows were moving independently, bending and twisting with a life of their own. He tried to tell himself it was exhaustion, a trick of his eyes, but then one of the shadows peeled itself from the wall entirely, stretching long and thin before coiling into a shape that stood upright. It had no face, no features, only a shifting outline that rippled like smoke. Rick froze, his throat dry, but the voices surged through him again, stronger, clearer, no longer confined to his mind. The door is open. The first of us has come. The shadow tilted its head as if acknowledging him. He wanted to run, to scream, to smash the machine to pieces, but his legs wouldn't obey. His body was locked in place, pinned by a force heavier than gravity. All he could do was stare as the figure drifted closer, its edges warping the air around it. It stopped inches away, and Rick could feel the cold radiating from it, so intense it burned. The presence pressed against his thoughts, sliding into them like ice water through cracks. He clutched the sides of his head, trying to block it out, but the voice came regardless. You have carried us well. You are the fracture, and through you we will shape the world anew. The words weren't just sound, they were command, rewriting something inside him. He gasped, and in that moment he knew he was no longer simply the builder. He was the vessel. Shadow leaned closer, its form bending as if to whisper directly into him, though it had no mouth. His body shivered uncontrollably, but instead of collapse, a strange exhilaration surged through him. His veins felt like fire, his vision blurred with patterns, spirals, stars collapsing and reforming. He realized with terror that he was beginning to see their world, not his own. The figure retreated slowly, slipping back toward the machine, and as it did, its outline thinned until it dissolved into the violet glow. The machine pulsed once more, steadier now, as though satisfied. The air lightened, the shadows stilled, and Rick was left alone in the basement, drenched in sweat and trembling. But he was not the same. Something had been left inside him, a residue, a seed. He could feel it when he blinked, see it in the edges of the room when he turned his head too quickly. His reflection in the window seemed darker, hungrier. He touched his chest and swore he could feel not just one heartbeat, but two. When he finally staggered upstairs into the cold morning light, he could barely stand. His body was breaking under the strain, yet his mind burned brighter than ever. Every sound, every detail of the world felt sharper, layered with meaning. The whispers did not stop with the machine anymore. They walked with him, threaded into every breath. He collapsed onto the couch, staring at the ceiling as the realization anchored itself deep inside. The machine was no longer necessary to bring them forth. The doorway had already widened, yet first of them had crossed, and now the boundary lived within him. Rick closed his eyes, but there was no rest. Only visions. Only the certainty that more would come. And with every passing moment, he felt his will slipping further away, piece by piece, into their endless spiral. Rick lay sprawled across the couch, his body trembling as if he'd been dragged through a fever dream that refused to end. The morning light poured in through the curtains, soft and golden, but it no longer felt like sunlight. It shimmered strangely, bending around the corners of the room as if filtered through an unseen prism. He blinked rapidly, but the distortion remained, a reminder that the thing inside him hadn't left. It was alive in him, breathing with him, shaping the way he saw the world. For hours he stayed there, unmoving, caught between exhaustion and an unnatural alertness. Every tick of the clock on the wall reverberated too loudly in his ears, each sound echoing until it dissolved into whispers he couldn't decipher. He pressed his palms against his temples, trying to push it back, but the voices bled through. Regardless, they weren't screaming anymore, not demanding, just murmuring, coaxing, feeding him fragments of knowledge in tones that sounded disturbingly like his own. When he finally sat up, his throat was raw, his chest tight. He needed air. He stumbled to the door, pulled it open, and stepped into the yard. The storm had left behind a sky scrubbed clean, brilliant and blue, but it meant little to him now. Every cloud curled in deliberate shapes, spirals that seemed to wink at him as they shifted. The branches of the trees bent subtly inward, as though bowing toward him. He gripped the doorframe for balance, nausea twisting through him. "Stop," he muttered under his breath, his voice trembling. "You don't belong here. You don't—" But the thought died in his throat as the whispers surged back, this time sharper. "We belong where the fracture lies, and the fracture is you." He dropped to his knees, clutching the damp grass, gasping for air. His vision flickered with images, vast oceans that churned with black waves, stars collapsing into spirals of fire, creatures with too many limbs moving across landscapes that should not exist. Each vision lanced through him like lightning, leaving him both terrified and hungry for more. With a violent shake of his head, Rick forced himself to stand. He stumbled back inside, slamming the door behind him. His heart pounded as he leaned against the wall, every instinct screaming that if he didn't resist now, there would be no coming back. But what did resistance even mean? Destroying the machine, cutting himself off? The voices were already part of him. He glanced toward the basement door, his chest tightening. The machine pulsed faintly beneath the floorboards like a heartbeat, buried in the earth. He could feel it answering him, calling to him. No matter how far he tried to step away, its presence coiled tighter around him. Desperation clawed at him, and his thoughts darted toward escape. If he could just get away from this house, from the basement maybe, just maybe, the grip would loosen. He grabbed a coat, ignoring the tremor in his hands, and shoved it on. He didn't bother locking the door as he rushed out to his car. The moment. The engine roared to life. A surge of static burst through his skull, nearly blinding him. He gritted his teeth and slammed his foot on the gas, tearing down the narrow road that cut through the woods. Trees blurred into streaks of green and shadow as he sped faster, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. But the voices did not fade. If anything, they grew sharper, amused. "You cannot run from what lives inside your blood," he screamed, slamming his fist against the dashboard, the car swerving dangerously before he corrected it. His vision wavered again, reality splitting for a moment. The road beneath him rippled like water, and he swore he saw shapes moving beneath the asphalt, pressing upward like hands against glass. He blinked hard, and it was gone, but the memory clung to him with suffocating weight. By the time he reached the edge of town, his body shook from exhaustion and strain. He parked in an empty lot, breathing heavily, trying to calm the fire in his chest. He wanted to believe the distance had helped, but when he caught his reflection in the rearview mirror, his stomach dropped. His eyes, though still his, flickered faintly, with violet light glowing just beneath the surface. Rick slammed the mirror upward, unable to look any longer. Panic swelled in his chest, but beneath it, something darker stirred, a strange pull, a longing. It whispered that he didn't need to resist, that he could stop fighting and let the current take him where it wished. The thought terrified him, but it also soothed him in a way that felt poisonous. He forced himself out of the car, stumbling across the cracked pavement toward the edge of the lot. A diner stood nearby, its neon sign flickering weakly in the daylight. He pushed through the door, the bell chiming above him, and was hit with the scent of coffee and fried food. A waitress behind the counter glanced up and offered a polite smile. "Morning. You all right, hun? You look pale." Rick swallowed, his mouth dry. He tried to respond, to say something normal, but the words tangled. Instead, he sat at a booth, his hands shaking as he gripped the menu. The whispers quieted slightly, but he could feel them listening through his ears, tasting through his tongue, studying the world around him. The waitress returned with a glass of water. As she set it down, their fingers brushed, and Rick froze. For a fraction of a second, the world tilted, and he saw her face ripple like melting wax, revealing hollow eyes and a void where her mouth should be. He jerked his hand back, heart racing. But when he looked again, she was perfectly normal, giving him a puzzled glance before walking away. His hands shook violently now. He pressed them against the table, gripping the edge until his knuckles whitened. The voices returned, smoother this time, almost soothing. "You see what others cannot. The fracture widens. Through you, they will all see." Rick's breath came in. Ragged gasps. He wanted to scream, to warn someone, but what would he say? That he was being consumed by something older than time itself? That shadows were whispering through his veins? No one would believe him. Worse, they might try to stop him, and part of him feared what he might do if they did. The glass of water sat untouched. He rose abruptly, stumbling toward the door, ignoring the waitress's call after him. The sunlight hit him like a blow as he stepped outside, but he welcomed it, clinging to the warmth. He stared down the street, people moving about their day as if nothing had changed, as if the world wasn't tilting towards something incomprehensible. And for the first time, Rick understood the true horror. Life around him continued, blind, oblivious, while he alone carried the weight of what was coming. The fracture was spreading, not confined to the machine or his home. It was inside him, radiating outward, bending the edges of reality. And he couldn't stop it. As he staggered back toward his car, the whispers rose once more, a chorus threading through every corner of his mind. More will come. More will see. And you will not resist forever. Rick clenched the steering wheel with shaking hands, his reflection in the windshield faint but unmistakable. His eyes glowed brighter now, and behind him, just for an instant, a shadow flickered in the back seat. He did not turn to look. He only drove, knowing that no matter how far he went, the breach was already following. The road stretched endlessly before him, a ribbon of cracked asphalt cutting through forests that seemed to lean inward as if conspiring against him. Rick gripped the wheel tighter, knuckles pale, his breath shallow. The shadow in the back seat hadn't moved, not in any way he could see, but he felt it pressing closer, an invisible weight seeping into the air around him. Every glance into the rearview mirror threatened to reveal more, yet he couldn't look, not fully. He knew if he met its gaze, something inside him would snap, and there would be no coming back. The voices murmured softly now, less chaotic, almost measured, as though they'd grown patient, waiting for him to stop fighting. Their tone unnerved him more than their screams ever had. A predator didn't need to roar once it knew its prey had nowhere to run. Mile after mile, the car carried him away from town, but his surroundings grew no less strange. The sunlight warped subtly, bending in angles that defied sense. A stretch of road shimmered like heat haze, and for an instant he thought he saw the trees split open, hollow inside, revealing staircases spiraling into blackness. He blinked hard, and the illusion snapped shut, but he couldn't shake the crawling certainty that the fracture was bleeding into the world, tearing its way outward through him. Eventually, exhaustion forced him to pull over at a rest stop, a lonely stretch of cracked pavement with a single vending machine humming under the weight of the afternoon sun. He killed the engine and slumped back, closing his eyes. His chest ached as if he'd been running for days. Sleep tried to pull him under, but every time his consciousness slipped, he felt the thing inside him stirring, waiting for his guard to falter. "Not yet," he whispered, his voice hoarse. "I'm not done." But his body betrayed him. His head lolled forward, and in moments he was pulled into the thick, heavy gravity of sleep. He dreamt of corridors that stretched forever, lined with doors that breathed as though alive. Each one pulsed faintly, their frames slick with something that resembled both wood and flesh. Whispers seeped from behind them, overlapping in languages he didn't know but understood instinctively. He walked down the hall, his footsteps echoing, too loudly, the ceiling lowering with every step, until he felt suffocated. One door stood slightly ajar, spilling violet light onto the floor. His hand trembled as he pushed it open. Inside was a room that mirrored his basement perfectly. The same scattered tools, the same worn desk, the same machine humming in the corner, but it wasn't right. The air was thicker, heavy with the stench of metal and rot. And at the desk sat himself, head bent over notes, muttering the same fragmented equations over and over. Rick froze. His double lifted his head, and their eyes met. The other Rick's gaze glowed fully violet, no trace of humanity left, only the vastness of the thing that lived beyond the fracture. When he spoke, the words layered over each other, his voice both Rick's and something older, endless. You've already lost. Stop running. Stop resisting. You are the doorway, and once it opens, there will be no shutting it. Rick stumbled back, clutching his chest. You're not me. You're not... The other Rick rose from the chair, movement smooth, deliberate. I am what you become when the struggle ends. I am the part of you that finally understands. The walls of the room quivered, seams splitting to reveal countless eyes blinking open in the plaster. They stared at him, unblinking, unyielding, and he felt himself shrinking beneath their gaze. The floor gave way beneath his feet, dropping him into an endless void, the voices surging like a storm. He woke with a violent start, gasping, drenched in sweat. His chest heaved, as though he'd been suffocating. The sun had dipped lower in the sky, shadows stretching across the pavement. His reflection in the windshield glared back at him, and his stomach sank. The violet in his eyes had grown stronger. Undeniable now, no longer just a flicker. Rick slammed his fist against the steering wheel, teeth clenched in rage. Fear burned in him, yes, but beneath it was a new fire, defiance. The dream had shown him what awaited if he gave in. It was more than death, more than madness. It was annihilation of self, the erasure of everything that made him him. No, he hissed through clenched teeth. You don't get to win. But even as he said it, the shadow in the back seat shifted just slightly. He didn't see it, not with his eyes, but he felt it, the weight of its grin, the certainty in its silence. The car engine roared back to life, and he pulled onto the road once more, though he no longer knew where he was going. Each mile felt heavier, reality fraying. At the edges, passing cars blurred unnaturally, their drivers' faces twisting into grotesque masks before snapping back into normalcy. Road signs warped, names rearranging themselves into symbols he almost recognized but couldn't hold on to. As night began to fall, Rick pulled into a small, forgotten motel along the highway. Its neon sign buzzed weakly, casting a pale glow over the cracked lot. He parked and stepped out, every movement weighed down by exhaustion and dread. The woman at the front desk gave him a tired look as he handed over cash for a key. She didn't notice his trembling hands, or if she did, she chose not to comment. The world hadn't caught up yet. They still couldn't see the fracture, couldn't feel the pull. But soon they would. He was certain of it. Inside the motel room, Rick collapsed onto the bed, staring at the ceiling fan as it spun lazily above him. For a moment, he allowed himself stillness, the faint hum of electricity, a thin tether to normalcy. But the silence didn't last. The whispers slid back in, curling around his mind like smoke. The fracture grows. It spreads with every breath. You take. You are the center, the pulse. You will deliver us. Rick pressed his palms against his eyes, fighting the urge to scream. He didn't know how much longer he could resist, how much longer before the line between his thoughts and theirs dissolved completely. But he swore one thing to himself in that dim, silent room. If he was the doorway, then he would damn well decide how it opened, even if it killed him. And as the night deepened, shadows in the corners of the room thickened unnaturally, pressing inward, waiting for him to close his eyes again. The motel room was suffocating in its stillness. Rick lay on the bed, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, as the fan circled lazily, slicing the silence into fragments that only seemed to echo louder. In his mind, his body ached from exhaustion, but his thoughts refused to rest, pulsing with the whispers that had returned stronger, more insistent. They curled at the edges of his consciousness, tugging like unseen strings, urging him to surrender. He sat up suddenly, sweat clinging to his skin, and stared at the walls. Shadows seemed thicker here, stretched unnaturally by the dim light of the bedside lamp. Every corner of the room carried weight, as if something unseen had gathered there, crouched and waiting. Rick's jaw tightened. He couldn't stay here. If he remained still too long, they would consume him, and he knew it. Movement was the only defense he had left. Grabbing the notebook from his bag, he flipped it open to the last page he had written. On. The equations sprawled across it were half legible, smeared with his own frantic corrections. He forced his pen against the paper, scribbling, tearing into the page as though the act itself could drown out the whispers. His mind raced, dredging up every fragment of knowledge he had ever clung to, dimensions, particle decay, resonance frequencies. Somewhere in the mess was the answer he needed, the thin thread of logic that might allow him to outwit what was devouring him from within. The pen snapped in his grip, spilling ink across the page. Rick cursed and hurled it aside, his hands trembling. He pressed his palms against his eyes, breathing raggedly. "Think, damn it," he muttered, though his own voice now felt foreign, layered with a faint echo that wasn't his alone. A faint sound drew his attention, the hum of the motels, neon sign leaking in through the window. Its glow flickered irregularly, stuttering like a dying heartbeat. Rick moved toward it slowly, pulling back the curtain just enough to peer out. The parking lot was empty save for his car, its surface gleaming faintly under the weak light. But beyond the lot, the trees that bordered the highway swayed, despite the air being still, their shapes bent unnaturally, like silhouettes leaning toward him, drawn by his presence. The hum grew louder, rising into a drone that rattled in his skull. He stumbled back from the window, clutching his head. The lamp flickered, then dimmed. The walls pulsed faintly, as though breathing in unison with him. Rick staggered, trying to steady himself, and caught sight of his reflection in the mirror above the dresser. His breath froze. The figure staring back was him, but not him. Its eyes were pools of violet light, its grin sharp and knowing. Its mouth moved, though his own lips stayed still. "You can't keep this up. Every second you resist only feeds the fracture." Rick's chest constricted. He wanted to look away, but his reflection held him captive, the words seeping into his skull like needles. "You know what you have to do," it whispered. "You built the machine for this. You've always known what it was for. Stop pretending." Rick shook his head violently, breaking the connection. He grabbed the mirror, ripping it from the wall and letting it crash to the floor in a shatter of glass. His reflection fractured into countless shards, each one still staring back at him, every fragment's eyes glowing. He pressed his back against the wall, sliding down until he sat on the floor. His breaths came in shallow bursts. For a long moment, he let the silence close in again. Then his hand moved instinctively to his pocket, pulling free the small metallic device he had built months ago. It was crude, unfinished, but its purpose was clear: an amplifier, a bridge, a weapon, depending on how it was used. He turned it over in his hands, the faint glow along its edges pulsing like a heartbeat. The voices stirred at the sight of it, hissing in unison. "Yes! Yes! Use it! Let us through!" Rick closed his eyes. He could feel the fracture pulling at him more violently now, like a tide that had grown too strong to resist. The shadows in the corners shifted, inching closer, their presence pressing down like a weight. He could no longer tell if they were outside him or if he was simply projecting them onto the room. Maybe it didn't matter. A knock at the door startled him. He froze, listening. 3 sharp raps, too deliberate to be chance. His blood ran cold. Slowly, He rose to his feet, clutching the device in one hand. The knock came again, louder this time. "Rick!" a voice called softly. It wasn't the motel clerk, nor any voice he recognized. It carried the same layered timbre as the whispers, but clearer, almost human. "You're making this harder than it needs to be." "Open the door." Rick's heart pounded. He didn't move. The voice grew firmer. "We can help you. You don't have to fight anymore. All we want is what's already ours. You can rest." He tightened his grip on the device, his knuckles white. "You're not real," he whispered to himself, though the words felt hollow. The door handle rattled. Rick lunged forward, sliding the chain lock into place just as it turned. The wood creaked under pressure, the frame groaning as if something immense leaned against it. Rick backed away, raising the device like a weapon. The lights in the room burst, plunging everything into darkness. Only the violet glow from his eyes and the device illuminated the space, faint but undeniable. He felt the fracture surge within him, demanding release, promising both freedom and destruction. The pressure at the door stopped suddenly, replaced by silence. For a heartbeat, the world held still. Then, from the floor-to-ceiling cracks in the shadows, a chorus of voices hissed in perfect unison. "Soon!" Rick stood there in the dark, chest heaving, the device shaking in his hand. He didn't know if dawn would come, or if by then he would still be himself. But he knew one thing: the fracture wasn't waiting anymore. It was coming, and it would not be denied. And for the first time, Rick wasn't sure if he wanted to stop it. The silence after the voices withdrew was almost worse than their presence. Rick stood frozen in the dark motel room, the faint glow of the device pulsing in his hand, the only rhythm cutting through the weight of his breathing. The glass on the floor shimmered faintly, catching fragments of light from his trembling reflection. He didn't move, afraid that any sound he made might call them back, might invite them fully into the space. Minutes stretched, or maybe hours. Time had grown strange, bending around him like warped glass. Finally, Rick forced his body into motion. He set the device carefully on the nightstand, though it seemed to hum louder the moment it left his grip, almost as if it missed his touch. His hand twitched, with the urge to pick it back up, but he pushed the impulse down, pressing his palms against the mattress to steady himself. Sleep was impossible, yet his body demanded rest. He lay back against the bed, eyes open, staring at the cracked ceiling as whispers slithered at the edge of hearing. They weren't loud now, just threads of sound curling through the silence, like lullabies sung through broken radios. He focused on breathing, counting the seconds, forcing his mind to anchor itself to something tangible. But even then, he felt the pull inside, the fracture tightening like a knot around his consciousness. At some point, exhaustion must have dragged him under. When he woke, the faint blue light of dawn bled through the curtains. For the first time in days, the voices were absent. The silence was too clean, too deliberate, but it gave him a moment of clarity. He swung his legs over the bed, his head heavy but his mind clear enough to focus. He reached for the notebook again. The ink had dried into jagged smears, the equations half destroyed, but he saw them differently now. The patterns he had been clawing at in desperation seemed to align in ways he hadn't noticed before. The device wasn't just a weapon, it was a key, a stabilizer. He had built it to hold the fracture at bay, but he realized now it could also be a doorway, one that might lead him into the heart of whatever had been haunting him. The thought terrified him, yet it also carried a strange inevitability. He knew he couldn't run anymore. The motel, the highways, the endless nights. None of it mattered. The fracture would follow him no matter where he went. The only way forward was through it. He packed quickly, shoving the notebook and device into his bag, his movements sharp and mechanical. He didn't look at the shards of the mirror on the floor, though he felt them staring back, countless broken eyes watching. He left the room without a backward glance, stepping into the pale dawn air. The world felt fragile, as though it was waiting to splinter under his weight. The highway stretched out endlessly, empty, save for his car parked at the edge of the lot. As he slid behind the wheel, the silence pressed against him again, heavier now, as if the world itself were holding its breath. He started the engine, and the low rumble broke the stillness like a sacrilege. The miles blurred. Towns passed without faces, without sound. The trees leaned too close to the road, bending in shapes that weren't natural. Shadows stretched across the asphalt longer than they should, reaching for the car like grasping hands. Rick kept driving, his grip on the wheel white-knuckled, his eyes fixed ahead. By nightfall he found himself on a desolate stretch of land, the horizon swallowed by mountains in the distance. The voices had returned by then, faint but constant, urging him onward. He pulled over at a clearing, the world around him drowned in silence. The stars above glittered sharp and endless, colder than he remembered them being. He stepped out of the car, the gravel crunching under his boots. The air was too still, the silence unnatural. Rick knew without question that this was the place. He pulled the device from his bag, its glow stronger than before, responding to the fracture within, him as though recognizing kin. His hands trembled as he held it, not from fear, but from the weight of inevitability. The whispers swelled, no longer content with the edges of thought. They filled the air, a chorus pressing against him from every direction. His vision swam, the stars overhead bending, spiraling, aligning into patterns that hurt to look at. The fracture inside him burned, demanding release, begging for surrender. He fell to his knees, the device clutched to his chest, his breath coming in broken gasps. "Not yet," he whispered through clenched teeth. "Not on your terms." The ground beneath him pulsed, as though the earth itself had begun to breathe. Shadows spilled outward, lengthening from his body, merging with the darkness around him. The sky fractured, cracks of violet light spiderwebbing across the heavens, bleeding into the stars. The voices howled, furious and eager, their tones shifting, from whispers to roars. Rick pressed the device against his chest, activating it with a trembling hand. The glow exploded outward, a wave of light that clashed against the shadows. The air shook, vibrating with impossible force. For a moment he felt himself split in two, the Rick who resisted and the Rick who surrendered, both pulling in opposite directions. He screamed, the sound torn from his lungs, as light and shadow warred across his body. His reflection flickered. In every surface of the fractured sky, countless versions of himself staring back, some twisted, some broken, some still whole. And then silence. The light dimmed, the ground stilled, and the stars realigned into their familiar patterns. Rick collapsed onto the gravel, the device still glowing faintly in his hand. His chest heaved, every breath a battle. The voices were gone. For the first time, there was nothing but his own thoughts inside his skull. But the silence wasn't comforting. It was deeper, heavier, as though something vast had simply paused, watching, waiting for him to make the next move. Rick lay there, staring at the sky, the device pulsing faintly against his palm. He had pushed it back, or maybe he had only delayed what was inevitable. Either way, the fracture had opened, and he knew now it would never close again. Rick did not know how long he lay there on the gravel, staring up at a sky that seemed to pulse with a hidden rhythm. Each breath came ragged, his lungs straining as though the air itself had grown heavier. The device in his hand had dimmed to a soft glow, its once violent light reduced to a steady heartbeat against his palm. For a long moment he convinced himself it was over, that the fracture had been forced back, that the voices were silenced for good. But even as he thought it, he knew better. The silence was not an ending. It was an interval, a pause, a withheld breath in a cycle far larger than him. When he finally pushed himself up, every joint ached, his body protesting with the weight of exhaustion. His vision blurred as he steadied himself on one knee, the ground still warm beneath him where the light had surged. He looked at the horizon, but the landscape felt alien now. Mountains standing too still, trees frozen like painted illusions. The world had shifted, not entirely, but enough for him to feel it in his bones. He slid the device back into his bag with trembling hands, but even tucked away it radiated heat, as though it had absorbed more than it released. His reflection still flickered at the edges of his sight whenever he blinked, phantom versions of himself that lingered for a breath too long before dissolving. They did not speak, but he sensed them watching, waiting. He staggered toward the car, every step weighted with the sense that he was dragging more than just his own body. When he opened the door and collapsed into the driver's seat, the silence inside was different from outside. Here, the air seemed thicker, denser, filled with the residue of what had just passed. He gripped the steering wheel, grounding himself in the familiar texture of worn leather, but even that felt strange, as if belonging to someone else. He turned the key. The engine growled, then settled into its usual low rumble. It should have been reassuring, but instead it rang hollow and, his ears. Driving felt mechanical, an action divorced from purpose, yet he pushed the car onto the road, headlights cutting through the dark like fragile beams against an ocean of shadows. The miles slipped beneath him, but the world no longer obeyed the rules he remembered. Signs appeared without towns. Roads stretched longer than they should have, their curves repeating in ways that hinted at a loop. He would pass the same lone tree again and again, its twisted branches unmistakable, though his clock swore that time had moved forward. He rubbed his eyes, muttering curses under his breath. Sleep deprivation, hallucination, the fracture's influence. He could explain it in dozens of ways, but none gave comfort. The device throbbed faintly in his bag, answering questions he didn't dare ask. By the time dawn returned, his body shook with fatigue. He pulled into another nameless motel, its neon sign flickering in pale daylight. The building looked ordinary, almost aggressively so, and yet his gut twisted as if it too were part of the pattern laid out before him. Still, he had no choice. His mind would snap if he didn't rest. Inside, the clerk didn't speak much, just slid the key across the counter with eyes that didn't quite meet his. Rick avoided conversation, avoided reflection, moving through the lobby as though hunted. When he entered the room, he locked the door and collapsed onto the bed, staring at the ceiling. The quiet pressed down again, dense and unnatural. He tried to close his eyes, but the moment his lids shut, visions rushed in, fractures in the air, jagged lines of violet and black that split the world into shards. His own face, multiplied in infinite variations, some human, some monstrous, some barely recognizable. And behind them all, a presence, vast, patient, watching. It had no form he could define, but he felt it. It had been waiting, perhaps since before he was born, perhaps forever. He jolted upright, sweat soaking his shirt, breath uneven. The device pulsed faintly from inside the bag, almost as if in answer to the visions. He unzipped it slowly, hesitant, but compelled. The glow illuminated the darkened room, and in the light he swore he saw movement along the walls, shadows bending toward it, stretching like they sought its warmth. His fingers hovered above the smooth surface. He thought of smashing it, of ending this chain before it dragged him further. But he knew it was too late. The fracture wasn't bound to the device, it was bound to him. Destroying it would only leave him defenseless. He exhaled shakily and placed it back in the bag, forcing the zipper closed. He needed answers, not resistance. He needed to understand what this presence wanted, what the fracture was leading him toward. But every attempt at logic twisted back into the same truth. Whatever waited for him wasn't human, wasn't sane, and wasn't patient anymore. The whispers returned that night. They were quieter than before, almost tender, as though luring him rather than commanding. They spoke fragments of equations, fragments of memories, a child's laughter, a lullaby, faint and broken. The sound made his chest ache with recognition, though he couldn't place why. It felt older than his own life, as though echoing from a lineage buried deep in his blood. Sleep came only in fragments, broken by moments of waking where he swore someone stood in the room with him. Each time, the figure dissolved when he blinked, leaving only shadows and silence. But the sense of being observed never left. By morning, Rick was a shell of himself, his eyes bloodshot, his movements sluggish. He scribbled in the notebook again, hands unsteady but determined. The equations no longer looked like inventions. They looked like instructions, something written into him long before he realized it. He wasn't building. He was remembering. The realization made his stomach lurch, his work, his genius. It had never been entirely his own. It had been a calling, a summoning. Each equation tugged from him by forces he couldn't see. He dropped. The pen, staring at the jagged lines of ink, his pulse hammering. The silence deepened then. A silence too deliberate, one that wrapped around him like a cocoon. He felt it watching again, closer this time, leaning through the fracture, studying him. Rick stood, trembling, the notebook sliding to the floor. He didn't speak, but the thought echoed in his mind like a scream. "What are you?" And for the first time, something answered. Not in words, not in sound, but in a shift of the air, a presence filling the room so completely it felt like drowning. His body locked, every muscle stiff as the unseen weight pressed against him. The fracture wasn't outside anymore. It wasn't in the sky or the shadows. It was inside him, threaded through every breath, every thought, every heartbeat. He had opened the door, and now something had stepped through. Rick's breath caught as the presence pressed deeper, a weight beneath his ribs, a pulse that did not belong to him vibrating through his veins. His heart staggered under the strain, each beat echoing like a hollow drum. He clutched at his chest, teeth gritted, but there was no resisting it. The fracture had found a way inside, threading itself through his nerves, his thoughts, his very sense of self. The motel room around him warped in his vision, edges bending inward, as though the walls were drawn to the same gravity pulling at his mind. The lamp flickered, shadows shivered, and the ceiling stretched away until it seemed infinite. For a moment he thought he had left the room entirely, though his body remained rooted to the spot. The world was being overwritten, not with destruction, but with a merging, his reality folding into something larger, something that did not care for boundaries. A sound stirred in the air, soft and haunting. It was not words, not quite, but tones that shifted like an unfinished melody. It reminded him of the lullaby that had plagued his fragmented dreams, the half-remembered song that clung to the edges of his childhood. His breath trembled as he whispered hoarsely into the empty room. "Who are you?" The answer came not as a voice, but as a cascade of impressions, images flickering so quickly his mind ached from the strain of holding them. He saw a star collapsing inward, pulling light into its core until it was nothing but a wound in space. He saw figures like himself, countless reflections scattered across time, each carrying the same device, each making the same mistake. And beneath it all, he felt the presence itself, vast and ancient, not cruel, but indifferent, as though Rick were nothing more than a page it had decided to read aloud. His knees buckled, and he fell against the bed frame, clutching it for balance. Sweat poured down his forehead, his breath shallow. The silence that followed was worse than the visions. It felt deliberate, as if the entity had chosen to stop revealing itself, to leave him grappling with fragments too jagged to assemble into sense. He wanted to scream, to demand clarity, but fear rooted him. What if it answered again? He staggered to the desk, fumbling for his notebook. The pages still lay open where he had scrawled earlier, but now the lines seemed foreign, shapes that weren't his handwriting at all. They twisted across the paper like veins, pulsing faintly, alive. His stomach turned as he realized they were still changing, rearranging themselves even as he stared. His own work was no longer his. It was rewriting under the fracture's will. The key whispers brushed against him again, faint, almost coaxing. He felt them not in his ears but in his thoughts, nudging him toward understanding. Against his better judgment, his hand reached for the pen. His mind screamed to resist, but his fingers moved anyway, tracing lines that felt older than language. Symbols poured out of him, spirals and sigils, equations that spiraled back into themselves, endless and recursive. Each mark deepened the pull inside him. His chest burned, his vision dimming around the edges, but he couldn't stop. He wasn't just writing. He was transcribing, channeling something that existed beyond him. The pages filled rapidly, his hand moving with an alien certainty. It was only when the pen snapped in his grip, ink spilling across the paper, that the spell broke. Rick shoved the notebook away, his chest heaving. The air in the room had thickened, vibrating as though reality itself hummed in response to his actions. The shadows on the wall seemed to lean closer, their edges sharper, almost sentient. He staggered backward until he hit the door, fumbling at the lock with shaking hands. He had to get out, had to breathe air that wasn't tainted by this unseen presence. The hallway outside was eerily still. The buzzing neon sign seeped through the curtained window at the far end, but the light felt distant, unreachable. Rick stumbled down the corridor, bag slung over his shoulder, the device inside burning against his side. Every door he passed seemed to hold its breath, the silence too intentional, too aware. When he stepped outside, the morning air hit him like a slap, cool, grounding, yet heavy, with that same hum that clung to everything now. The parking lot stretched strangely wide, the rows of cars repeating in subtle variations that made his stomach churn. He gripped his car door, trying to steady himself, When the sensation surged again, it wasn't just inside him anymore. It was around him, above him, through him. He looked at the sky and saw it shudder, colors bleeding where blue should have been, as though the fracture had split something far larger than his own mind. A ripple spread across the horizon, subtle but undeniable. The world was unraveling, not quickly, not catastrophically, but with the slow inevitability of a thread being pulled from a tapestry. Rick dropped into the driver's seat, hands trembling on the wheel. His reflection stared back at him in the mirror, not identical, not quite. Its eyes flickered with a faint light, its lips twitching in ways his did not. He forced himself to look away, starting the engine with a roar that seemed pitifully small against the immensity pressing in from all sides. He drove without direction, the road unfolding endlessly before him. Signs blurred past, towns appeared and vanished, but it no longer mattered where he went. The fracture was no longer bound to a place or a moment. It traveled with him, breathed with him, existed inside him. For a long stretch, he gripped the wheels so tightly his knuckles whitened, his mind clawing at any scrap of logic. But logic had abandoned him. Equations only confirmed the inevitable. The entity wasn't approaching. It had arrived. The whispers returned, louder, now threading through the hum of the tires and the roar of the wind. They spoke in fragments of the lullaby again, piecing together notes he almost recognized. His throat tightened, a wave of nausea washing over him as realization crept in. This wasn't random, this song wasn't alien, it was his. A memory clawed its way forward. Shadows of a cradle, the faint outline of a figure bending low, singing softly. The words were gone, but the melody remained, carved into the earliest part of him. He hadn't imagined it. He hadn't invented it. The fracture had always been there, whispering to him even as a child. His breath came sharp and ragged. He gripped the wheel tighter, fighting the urge to let go, to surrender to the rhythm that now pulsed with every beat of his heart. It was not just inside him, it was him. And as the realization sank in, the road ahead began to split, not physically but perceptually, branching into countless paths, each shimmering with possibility. Rick blinked, trying to focus, but the visions only multiplied. Each path showed a different version of him, laughing, dying, building, destroying. Some were human, some twisted beyond recognition. All of them looked back at him. The entity was no longer watching from beyond. It had made itself known. It wanted him to choose. But Rick, hands trembling on the wheel, understood with icy clarity. No matter which path he took, the fracture was the constant. It wasn't offering him freedom. It was reminding him of inevitability. The road stretched endlessly before him, its lines doubling, fracturing, multiplying in his vision until it seemed less like asphalt and more like a nervous system sprawled across the earth. Each flicker at the edge of his sight showed another version of the highway, another car, another Rick gripping the wheel with the same desperate tension. The hum of the entity threaded through it all, a low resonance vibrating through his bones, urging him to look closer, to acknowledge the infinite mirrors he had been trying to ignore. His grip tightened, jaw set, but the fractures bled through regardless. One of the reflections shifted out of sync, and his breath caught. The Rick in the lane beside him wasn't mimicking his every move anymore. It was acting independently. Its eyes flickered toward him, and though the distance between the two cars should have been impossible, he felt the weight of that gaze directly, as if they were inches apart. The other version's lips moved, though no sound reached him. Still, Rick knew the message. It was an invitation. Or perhaps a warning. The air inside his car thickened, pressing against him. The dashboard lights flickered erratically, the radio, static bleeding into a familiar rhythm, the lullaby again, low and deliberate. His pulse hammered as the melody cut through him, pulling at something buried deeper than reason. He slammed his hand against the dial, but the sound didn't stop. It wasn't coming from the radio at all. It was in his head, in the fabric of the car, woven into the hum of reality itself. The other Rick's vehicle surged forward, weaving through the impossible split of lanes until it was directly ahead of him. For a heartbeat, the two cars overlapped, occupying the same space, the same moment, and then his windshield flared with light. When his eyes adjusted, he wasn't sure if he was still driving at all. The road was gone, or rather it had become something else, an endless expanse of shifting glass, each panel reflecting a different version of himself. Some were broken, jagged, their shards glinting with cruelty. Others were whole but unsettling, their smiles too wide, their silence too deliberate. The car beneath him had dissolved into nothing, and he was left standing barefoot on the glass, the fracture humming louder now, pulsing like a second heartbeat in his skull. One of the reflections stepped forward. It wasn't just an image anymore. The figure peeled itself out of the mirrored surface, emerging with the same ragged breath, the same sharp eyes, but carrying a weight Rick couldn't define. This version looked older, not in years, but in something heavier, like it had carried the fracture longer, let it root deeper. Its voice cut into the air, calm but strained. You can't keep fighting it. Rick flinched at the sound of his own tone twisted back at him. He wanted to laugh, to spit out a retort, but the words caught in his throat. The entity thrummed behind the reflection's voice, its resonance laced through every syllable. He forced himself to step closer, though each movement felt like wading through thickened air. What are you supposed to be? A projection? A trick? His voice cracked against the silence, but the figure only tilted its head, mirroring him in ways that were too precise to be coincidence. I'm what happens when you stop pretending. You're separate from it, the other Rick said, almost gently. You've been carrying this since the beginning. You think it's invading you now, but it's only unveiling what you've always been. The words coiled around him, too sharp to dismiss. His chest tightened as fragments of memory clawed upward again, the cradle, the lullaby, the sense that something had been with him long before he was capable of naming it. He shook his head, teeth clenched. That's not true. I've built everything myself. My choices, my mistakes, they're mine. The reflection smiled faintly, though its eyes were hollow. You've mistaken inevitability for choice. Every invention, every path, it was never free will. It was the fracture guiding you, bending you. You don't escape it. You become it. Rick's stomach lurched as the mirrored glass around them rippled, more versions beginning to stir. Dozens of Ricks, then hundreds, all pressing against the surface as though eager to step through. Their eyes burned faintly, their bodies taut with the same inevitability. Some shouted silently, mouths stretched in desperation, while others grinned as if they welcomed what was coming. The ground beneath his feet trembled, cracks racing across the glass. He staggered back, every instinct screaming to run, though there was nowhere to go. The fracture's hum grew unbearable, rattling his teeth, his bones, his mind. His vision blurred, and for a heartbeat he thought he saw not himself, but something vaster, a shape threaded through stars, a presence that had no beginning or end. The older reflection stepped closer, placing a hand on his shoulder. The touch was cold, but it burned all the same. You think you can drive away, bury yourself in equations, outsmart the thing that birthed you? No, Rick, the truth is simpler. You are its echo, its continuation. That's why you've always felt it. Why, even as a child, you knew you were not alone. Rick's breath hitched, his chest tightening until he could barely pull in air. He wanted to deny it, to push the hand away, but something inside him resisted the fight. The lullaby rose again, clearer now, each note perfectly aligned with his heartbeat. For a fleeting moment, it almost felt comforting, as though the vastness wasn't consuming him but holding him, cradling him like that long-lost memory of warmth. His knees buckled, and he fell against the glass, palms scraping against its smooth, cold surface. The reflections around him pressed harder, their faces warping, their voices layering, until the air itself was a cacophony of himself. He pressed his hands over his ears, but it didn't help. The sound wasn't in the air, it was inside him. Through the chaos, one thought broke through, sharp and undeniable. If all of them were echoes of the same fracture, if every path led to the same convergence, then his fight wasn't about escape anymore. It was about defining what version of inevitability he would embody. His head lifted slowly, eyes burning as he met the gaze of the older reflection still standing over him. If this thing made me, if it's always been inside me, then it doesn't.
Own me! I decide what it means. The reflection's faint smile faltered, and for the first time, hesitation flickered across its face.
The glass beneath them shuddered harder, some reflections splintering, collapsing into shards that dissolved into the void. The lullaby faltered too, a single note breaking off into silence, as though the entity itself was listening. Rick's chest heaved with ragged breaths, but beneath the fear, a spark caught, not of triumph, but of defiance. He didn't know if it mattered, didn't know if resistance would change anything at all, but for the first time, he felt the fracture shift in response to him. The mirrors rippled outward, the space around him trembling, reality threatening to collapse. He braced himself as the presence surged, and with it came the unshakable certainty. The next choice would not just shape him, but everything the fracture touched, and it touched everything. The glass trembled beneath his palms, the mirrored expanse, stretching outward in all directions as though he stood inside the core of a prism. Every reflection of himself shifted uneasily, some clawing at their confines, others watching with hollow stillness, all bound by the same hum of inevitability. The entity's pulse threaded through them, a rhythm that rattled in his chest, demanding surrender. Yet Rick held on to that spark he had kindled, the defiance that refused to bend. He pushed himself upright, even as the ground wavered like a surface barely capable of holding his weight. The older reflection remained close, its gaze unwavering, its hand still cold against his shoulder. "You think defiance matters," said, tone flat, tinged with something like pity. "You're fighting the tide of an ocean that existed before stars burned. You don't bend it. You dissolve into it." Rick's lips twisted into something between a grimace and a grin. Funny, that's exactly what they said about gravity before someone figured out how to use it. He forced the hand off his shoulder, the act small but sharp, and though the reflection's face remained calm, the mirrors shuddered faintly at the gesture, as if reality itself took note. The hum rose higher, agitated, the lullaby weaving into the vibration until it was no longer gentle, but insistent. The melody pressed at the edges of his mind, urging him to stop resisting, to accept. And for a moment, He nearly did. His chest loosened as the sound wrapped around him, promising rest, promising release. But in that brief surrender, he saw what acceptance truly meant. The reflections nearest him warped, their forms collapsing inward, until they were no longer men but hollow shells, faces slack and empty, eyes extinguished. They were Ricks who had given in, who had let the lullaby lull them into nothing more than conduits for the entity.
He staggered back, breath ragged. No! That wasn't living, that wasn't choice. He clenched his fists, grounding himself in the sting of nails digging into his palms. If all those versions caved, then I'll be the one that doesn't.
His voice was hoarse, but steady, the words striking the air with weight. The older reflection's expression flickered, its calm breaking for the first time, replaced by something sharper. Not fear, not anger, but the faintest edge of doubt.
Hum faltered, dissonance creeping into the melody. The glass beneath Rick cracked in a jagged line, glowing faintly as though his defiance had etched itself into the fabric of the prism. He didn't know if it was bravery or madness, but he leaned into it, his voice rising. You wanted to shape me. Fine, here I am, but I'm not your echo, I'm your error. The words resonated louder than he expected, reverberating through the mirrored expanse. Several of the reflections buckled, shattering into fragments that
scattered like shards of light before dissolving into the void. The hum rose sharply, the lullaby bending, twisting into something discordant, the once soothing melody straining under its own weight. The older reflection lunged forward, its calm broken entirely, its face taut with something closer to desperation.
You don't understand what you're inviting. Defiance is not survival, it's annihilation. Its hands gripped Rick's shoulders with crushing force, eyes burning. There is no error in inevitability. Rick met that gaze head-on,
even as his bones ached under the grip. Then maybe inevitability's overdue for a correction. The glass beneath them splintered further, cracks racing outward in every direction, the mirrored versions panicking, pressing against their confines, some screaming silently as their worlds crumbled. The hum now roared like thunder, the entity surging, its presence no longer subtle but vast, flooding the space with a pressure that made the air unbreathable. Rick's knees threatened to buckle, but he forced himself to stay upright, even as his vision blurred. He could feel it trying to crush him, to smother him beneath the weight of infinity. Every instinct screamed at him to yield, but he clung to that spark, fanned it into something brighter. He didn't need to outmatch infinity. He only needed to remind it that infinity wasn't flawless. He drew a breath sharp enough to burn his lungs. You hear me? His voice cut through the roar, cracking but unbroken. You're not perfect. You made me, and I don't follow orders. The mirrors ruptured in a cascade, shards flying outward, dissolving before they could cut. The older reflection released him, stumbling back as its form wavered, its edges unraveling. Its voice cracked now, distorted by the hum. If you defy
it, you will break everything. Good, Rick spat, chest heaving. Maybe it's time everything broke. The entity surged in response, the hum collapsing into a scream of static, the lullaby shredded into dissonant notes. The prism around
him folded, walls bending inward, light twisting, pulling him toward a center that had no shape, no direction. He staggered, the ground crumbling beneath his feet, the void rushing up to claim him. For an instant, he thought this was it, that his defiance had triggered the collapse of everything, that he would be swallowed and scattered into nothing. But instead of consuming him, the void recoiled. The entity hesitated, as if uncertain, as if his refusal had introduced an unfamiliar variable. That spark inside him flared brighter, not enough to banish the presence, but enough to hold it back. The lullaby fell silent. The reflections were gone. The prism shattered entirely, leaving him standing in open darkness, the hum distant now like a storm retreating beyond the horizon. Rick's legs nearly gave out, but he steadied himself, chest heaving. He had no illusions of victory, whatever. It wasn't defeated. It had only been shaken. But, for the first time, he wasn't just a subject of its design. He had bent the pattern, if only slightly, and that meant it could bend further. The silence pressed in around him, heavy but no longer suffocating. His mind raced with questions he couldn't yet answer, with fears he couldn't yet name, but through it all ran a single certainty. He had made a mark. However small, however fleeting, he had carved his own fracture into the infinite, and he knew the entity had felt it. The darkness pulsed once more, a faint echo of the hum, not defeated but watchful. It would return, it always returned, but now Rick was no longer waiting to be overtaken. He was preparing to meet it head-on. He straightened, the void stretching endlessly before him. Somewhere, faint and distant, a new light flickered.
Not a reflection, not a trap. Something else. Rick exhaled, a ragged laugh breaking through. "All right," he muttered to the nothing. Round two, the spark inside him held steady, defiance alive, ready to shape the next inevitability. The
darkness lingered, its silence thick, yet no longer absolute. That faint light ahead pulsed once more, irregular, like a candle flickering in a storm. Rick's eyes narrowed, his breath steadying as he studied it. He didn't trust it, but then, trust had never been his way. What mattered was that it wasn't a reflection, wasn't a trick of glass, or a voice clawing at his mind. It was something else, something the entity hadn't completely erased, and that alone made it worth chasing. His boots made no sound as he walked forward, yet each step felt heavy, as if the void itself tried to cling to him, reluctant to let him go. The hum remained at a distance, a warning growl beneath the silence, reminding him it was still there, still watching. He ignored it, focusing instead on the light. The closer he drew, the more it shifted, once dim and uncertain, now swelling with faint warmth. It was not blinding, not overwhelming, but human. That unsettled him most of all. The glow revealed a shape as he neared, a doorway, though it floated unsupported, unbound to wall or frame. Its edges wavered, stitched together from fractured moments, fragments of memory bound into a fragile threshold. Rick hesitated, his hand hovering inches from it. The last time he had trusted something that called to him, it had nearly swallowed him whole. Yet there was no going back. The entity had recoiled from his defiance, but it would return, and this doorway, whatever it was his only path forward. He pressed his palm to the light. For a heartbeat, warmth seeped into his skin, startling in its tenderness, like a touch he half remembered from a childhood he tried not to think about. Then the light engulfed him, pulling him through. The world reformed around him with a sharpness that made him flinch. The ground beneath his feet was solid again, the air thick with scent and sound. He blinked, adjusting, and when the haze cleared, his chest tightened. He stood in a living room. Not just any living room, his. Or rather, the one he had long since abandoned, tucked away in a timeline he told himself he'd left behind. The walls were the wrong shade, The furniture not quite the same, but the familiarity struck deep, burrowing beneath his armor. A bottle rested on the table, a couch sagged from use. The faint hum of a television lingered in the background, though the screen glowed with only static. Rick's throat tightened despite himself. The place smelled like dust and wood polish, like evenings stretched too long, like everything he had, buried under invention and escape. He almost turned back, almost clawed his way to the void, but the doorway was gone. Only this remained. A soft sound pulled his attention. He turned. On the far side of the room, sitting in the armchair, was a
figure, not the entity.
Not a reflection. It was a woman. Her features blurred at the edges, indistinct, as though memory had worn them thin, but the impression was unmistakable. The shape of her hair. The way she sat, steady, calm, his chest constricted. "Diane?" he whispered, before he could stop himself. The figure did not speak, but the static-filled television crackled louder, almost in response. The hum threaded faintly through it, reminding him that this, too, was no gift. The entity was still here, weaving its game. Yet, unlike the mirrors, this illusion did not demand, did not claw. It simply sat watching, waiting. Rick forced a breath, steadying himself. "You're not her," he said, voice rough. "You're just another trick." The figure tilted her head slightly, as though acknowledging the accusation, but did not vanish. Instead, the television's static softened into the faintest trace of melody, the lullaby again, quieter now, tender, where it had once been suffocating. Rick's fists tightened. The lullaby was a weapon, a hook. He knew it. And yet standing here, in this space, with the ghost of Diane before him, the sound tugged at him differently. It wasn't just pressure. It wasn't just demand. It was memory. It was loss. It was everything he had tried to erase with science, with escape, with cynicism. For the first time since stepping into this nightmare, Rick felt something heavier than fear press against him. Regret. The figure finally moved, lifting her hand slightly, palm open, as if inviting him to take it. He didn't. He couldn't. His body trembled with the urge, but he held back. Teeth gritted. "You want me to give in, to let this place swallow me up?" His voice cracked, softer now. "But that's not her. Diane wouldn't ask that." The hum wavered at his words, just enough to notice. The static flickered, the light in the room dimming. The entity was listening, adjusting, testing. Rick swallowed hard, refusing to let the tremor in his chest grow into collapse. He stepped closer, not to take the hand, but to look directly into the blurred face. "You think I'll break on this? That dangling her in front of me will make me kneel?" "Maybe you don't know me as well as you think." The lullaby faltered, discordant notes bleeding through again. The room quaked, the edges of the walls trembling, as though the memory itself resisted his words. But the figure didn't vanish. She only lowered her hand, folding it back into her lap, her blurred eyes fixed on him with a calm he couldn't pass. Rick stood frozen, heart pounding, until the quaking stopped. Silence stretched once more, heavy and endless, and then faintly, the figure spoke. Not in the entity's voice, not in any voice he recognized. It was small, fragile, but distinctly hers. "Keep going." Rick staggered back, breath catching. His rational mind screamed that it was still the entity, still manipulation. But the sound cut too deep, struck something the entity shouldn't have been able to reach. It wasn't command. It wasn't pressure. It was encouragement. For the first time, Rick's certainty wavered. The figure leaned back into the chair, Silent again, the melody dissolving, the hum returning to its distant rumble. The room dimmed further, edges dissolving like mist. Rick clenched his fists, chest heavy. Whatever this was, trap, illusion, or something else entirely. It had cracked his armor. He could no longer pretend the entity was just pressure without meaning. It had touched something real, or it had found a way to weaponize what was real against him. Either way, the game had changed. The living room faded, melting back into darkness, but the faint echo of that voice lingered in his ears. "Keep going." The hum swelled, impatient now, as though the entity too had grown restless. The void shifted, and a path unfurled ahead of him, narrow, twisting, leading deeper. Rick exhaled, shoulders heavy, and forced himself forward. He didn't know if he was walking toward salvation or annihilation, but for the first time in longer than he could remember, he wasn't just walking for himself. The path that stretched before him was unlike the open void he had trudged through before. It was narrow, defined, a ribbon of shifting ground suspended in darkness. Its surface rippled faintly, not solid stone, not glass, but something that carried the impression of both, alive beneath his feet. The hum vibrated through it, growing, more deliberate now, as though each step he took brought him further into the very pulse of the entity itself. Rick kept his gaze forward, jaw set. The echo of Diane's voice lingered still, too sharp, too precise to dismiss as another crude illusion. He wanted to tear it apart logically, to expose the wires behind the trick, but logic slipped useless in his hands. It wasn't the words. That shook him. It was the familiarity of tone, the softness he had tried so hard to forget. That single moment had shifted the rules of this game. The darkness around him stirred, no longer still. Shapes flickered at the edges, half-formed silhouettes rising and dissolving before he could focus. They resembled faces sometimes hands, sometimes nothing he could name. They leaned toward him, whispering in fragments too low to decipher, always vanishing before contact. Rick ignored them, though his shoulders remained taut, every nerve alert for the one that might not fade. The path twisted sharply, narrowing until it felt barely wide enough for him to balance. Below, if it could be called below, the void churned. With faint light, glimpses of places, moments, fractured scenes, spilling upward like bubbles rising from deep water. He forced himself not to look, but the corner of his eye betrayed him. One fragment showed Beth as a child, reaching up with paint-stained hands. Another bled through with the shimmer of portals opening and closing endlessly. A third, darker, was of his own hands, gripping a vial of something that glowed, shaking as though with the weight of choice. He quickened his pace. The hum responded instantly, sharpening into rhythm, matching his heartbeat. It pressed against his mind more insistently, not words this time, but intent. It wanted him to see. It wanted him to slow down, to look into the depths, to drown in the pull of memory. He bit down on a curse, forcing his focus on the thread of path ahead. The air shifted. A sudden stillness, a pressure different than before. He stopped. The ground beneath his boots ceased rippling, hardening, and the hum retreated just slightly as if bracing for what came next. From the darkness ahead, something emerged. It was not a figure, not at first, more like smoke given form, unfolding into height and weight until it loomed before him. The shape swayed, formless at the edges, its surface rippling with images the way the void had, flashes of battles fought, worlds abandoned, faces left behind. The entity had no single visage. It was every possibility he had turned from, every version of himself that had cracked under the pressure. But this time it did not press on him with false warmth or lullabies. It stood, silent and imposing, waiting. Rick stared at it, chest heavy. So, finally showing yourself, huh? Not hiding behind mirrors and cheap tricks. The figure tilted, a slow and deliberate movement. The hum surged through the path beneath him, and then, without words, the images on its surface shifted. Not random, not scattered, chosen. He saw himself, younger, standing in a lab, half-finished, circuits scattered, ambition burning in his eyes. He saw Beth, small and eager, looking at him with boundless admiration. He saw Diane turning away, her silhouette retreating into the frame of a door. And then another image, himself at a bar, hunched over a glass, laughter surrounding him, yet his own silence deafening. Each vision lasted only a breath, but the weight of them struck like blows. He felt the old rage rise, the instinct to tear it down, to reject the manipulation. Yet beneath it all, a deeper current stirred. These weren't entirely lies. They were pieces he had buried so deep he pretended they had ceased to exist. The figure stepped closer. Rick's fists clenched. You think showing me a highlight reel of my failures is gonna do the job? You think I haven't replayed these 1,000,000 times on my own? News flash, you're late to the party. The hum pulsed harder, almost as if mocking. One more image surfaced, one that made his breath hitch before he could stop it. It was Morty. Not
Broken, not shattered, but standing wide-eyed, desperate, calling out for him.
Not in anger, not in betrayal, just calling. The vision dissolved before Rick could reach for it, leaving only the looming form again. His throat tightened, rage flaring not at the entity, but at himself for letting the glimpse cut as deeply as...
It did. Cheap, he muttered, though the word lacked conviction. He forced himself upright, dragging the tremor from his voice. You're wasting your time. I'm not going to crack. The figure did not move. Then at last, it spoke. Not
in words, but in layered sound, like echoes of his own voice twisted and overlaid. You already have. The words reverberated through him, a vibration more than sound, and the path beneath him shuddered. The darkness beyond rippled violently, scenes breaking free from below, swirling upward until the air was thick with fragments. They spun around, him in a storm of memory. Every regret he'd tried to drown, every decision replayed with the merciless clarity of hindsight. Rick staggered, shielding his eyes, though there was no light, only the blinding weight of too much truth at once. His heart hammered. The hum swelled to a roar, wrapping around him like a cage. For the first time, he felt himself slipping. The storm pressed closer, images brushing against him, whispering, tugging. Diane's blurred face, Beth's younger smile, Morty's desperate
eyes. They spun relentless, demanding he look, demanding he acknowledge. Rick's breath came ragged. He wanted to shut down, to compartmentalize, to shut the door on all of it. But his body betrayed him. His knees bent, the weight nearly forcing
him to collapse. And then, piercing through the roar, a faint echo returned. Keep going. The words cut through the storm, fragile but steady. His head jerked up, chest heaving. The figure loomed still, the storm howled, the path trembled, but that voice, soft and impossibly real, anchored him. Rick forced a breath, then another. His body shook, but he steadied his footing. The storm clawed harder, the hum snarled, but he lifted his head and met the figure's formless gaze. "You want me to drown in this? Too bad, I've lived with worse." His voice, raw and jagged, rose against the roar. "You don't get to decide where I stop, not you, not anyone." The storm faltered, just enough to notice. The hum crackled, uncertain. The figure leaned forward, its form distorting, but no words came this time. Rick straightened fully, shoulders squared. His chest still ached, his mind still reeled, but he clung to the echo of that voice, the thread that the entity hadn't.
Smothered. With it, he took one step forward, then another. The path impossibly held.
The storm hissed, retreating inch by inch as he pushed through, never breaking his gaze from the shifting figure. He didn't know what waited beyond it. He didn't know if the voice was truly hers, or a piece of himself clawing upward through the wreckage. But he knew one thing now, with certainty as sharp as a blade: he would keep going. The storm receded, not in surrender but in retreat, curling back into the edges of the void, as though conserving its strength for something greater. Rick did not slow. Each step forward was heavier than the last, as though the path fought against his progress, dragging at his boots with invisible weight. But he pressed on, jaw locked, his eyes refusing to leave the shifting silhouette before him. The figure stood unmoving, its form less smoke now and more defined, though never settling into a single shape. It pulsed with images, as though built from shards of his own memories. One moment its outline was tall and broad like his own reflection. The next, it thinned into something smaller, more fragile, like Morty's trembling stance. It never chose, never committed, only reflected, shifting in mockery of what he carried within. Rick's breathing steadied as he pushed closer. The hum around him no longer disoriented. It was a steady thrum beneath his skin, like a current he could almost predict. But prediction was dangerous. He had learned that too many times. The thing wanted him to anticipate, to lower his guard. He wasn't going to give it that satisfaction. "You've had your fun," Rick muttered, his voice raw but unwavering. "Parlor tricks, emotional blackmail, all that psychological crap. I get it, you're clever, but here's the thing, so am I." The entity tilted its shifting head, the storm of memories at its edges twitching but not reforming. Its silence was worse than its earlier torment. Silence meant waiting. Silence meant control. Rick reached into his coat, his fingers brushing against the cold metal of the portal gun. It was heavier than usual, its screen flickering faintly as though the storm had drained its power. He hadn't checked it since, stepping onto this path. He knew it wouldn't work, but the feel of it steadied him anyway. He lifted his chin, staring at the figure. "If you're going to kill me, break me, whatever it is, you better do it now, because the longer you wait, the worse it's going to be for you." The hum answered. Not words, not sound, but a wave of pressure that pressed into his chest, his ribs vibrating with the force of it. He staggered, teeth gritted, as the storm surged again. But this time, it didn't attack him with fragments. It gathered behind the figure, swirling upward into height and weight. The entity was no longer content to stand as a mirror. It was taking form. The shape solidified, its edges sharpening, the storm condensing into mass. Rick's eyes narrowed as he recognized the form, his own. Not young, not broken, but him, as he was now. The coat, the scars, the lines etched into his
face.
Every detail carved perfectly until he stood, staring at himself across the trembling path. The double smirked, though the expression was colder, stripped of humor. Finally, Rick muttered under his breath. The other Rick moved first. A lunge. Fast and precise, no hesitation. Rick barely dodged, the air crackling where the strike landed. The force wasn't physical, it was heavier, like a weight pressing directly on his nerves, threatening to unravel his very sense of self. He stumbled back, his real body aching from the impact he hadn't even taken. He steadied, shaking it.
Off and spat. So this is it, huh? The boss fight? Classic. His tone was sharp, biting, but his hands trembled faintly. The double straightened, its eyes glowing faintly with the light of the void. When it spoke, its voice was his own, but lower, layered, as though countless versions echoed beneath it. You walk forward as though you have a choice.
But you've always been walking in circles. Rick froze at the words, just for an instant. The double saw it and stepped closer. You bury it, you drink it, you laugh it off, but it's always there. Every portal leads back to the same place. Every escape ends with you alone, staring into the same mirror. The words weren't loud, but each one landed with the weight of a hammer. Rick clenched his fists, forcing a sneer. You think you're telling me something I don't already know? You think I haven't been aware of the loop? The double smirked again, the exact same twitch of lips Rick had seen 1,000 times in reflective glass.
Awareness doesn't break it. Then it lunged again. This time, Rick was ready. He twisted, letting the strike graze past, and pulled the portal gun free. It sparked violently, the charge unstable, but he fired anyway. A burst of green energy shot outward, tearing through the edge of the void. The clone stumbled, its form flickering where the blast hit. Rick straightened, smirking despite the ache in his arms.
Guess you're not as untouchable as you want me to think. The clone steadied, its eyes narrowing. The hum flared violently, the storm whipping into frenzy again. Fragments of memory burst upward, this time not scattered, but chosen with precision. They encircled Rick, forcing him to see Morty's broken expression after one of his schemes, Beth's eyes filled with disappointment, Diane's retreating back again and again, each one timed to strike when his guard was weakest. Rick growled, firing the portal gun again, tearing through the fragments. They shattered like glass, but each one left an afterimage burned into his vision, sharp and raw. He staggered, his breathing harsh. The clone advanced. Rick steadied himself, forcing his gaze upward, refusing to look at the storm anymore. "I've had enough," he hissed. He charged this time, the gun sparking wildly in his grip. The clone met him head-on, the impact resounding through the trembling path. For a moment, everything froze, the hum deafening, the storm frozen mid-motion, the void itself holding its breath. Then the world shattered. The path broke beneath them, splitting into fragments that spun downward into endless dark. The storm collapsed inward, pulling both of them into its core. Rick's body twisted, weightless, falling, colliding with his double again and again as they spiraled. Through the chaos the hum shifted, no longer oppressive, no longer mocking. It grew frantic, unstable, as though the entity itself was unraveling, under the strain of holding them both. Rick's double snarled, its face distorting as it clung to him, trying to drag him deeper into the void. But Rick's grip tightened on the portal gun, his teeth clenched. "You don't get to decide my ending," he spat, his voice cracking but unbroken. And then, through the collapse, that same faint echo rose again, fragile but cutting through the chaos. "Keep going." Rick's eyes snapped open, the echo anchoring him like a hand reaching through the void.
He tore free from the clone's grip, the gun blazing one final unstable burst.
The blast ripped outward, tearing through the void itself. Light. For the first time since this began, true light spilled through the cracks. Rick's body was hurled toward it, the double disintegrating into fragments behind him, the hum splintering into silence. The void folded inward, collapsing into itself as he shot through the fracture, and then stillness. He landed hard, his breath ragged, the world around him shifting into focus. Not void, not storm, not endless dark. Something else entirely. Rick groaned, forcing himself upright, his grip still white-knuckled on the portal gun. His chest heaved, his vision blurred, but the echo still lingered, faint but undeniable, in the back of his mind. He had kept going, and wherever this place was not the end.